Good morning. Good morning. On behalf of the European University Institute, welcome to the annual State of the Union Conference, Women in Europe and the World. The first session, which directly addresses the theme of the event, will be shared by EUI Professor of Constitutional and Public Comparative Law, Ruth Rubio Marin. Our distinguished speakers are the Italian Minister for European Union Affairs, Mr. Sandro Gozzi, will join very briefly, and European Parliament member Silvia Costa. We are pleased and honored to open the session with a message from the President of the Italian Republic, Sergio Mattarella. The message will now be read by European University Institute Secretary General Vincenzo Schioppa Narante.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to read the translation in English of the telegram from the President of the Italian Republic. I would like to extend my warm greetings to the illustrious guests and the organizers of the 6th State of the Union Conference, organized by the European University Institute, that this year celebrates 40 years of activity. This year's theme, the role of women in Europe, is a key priority. The European Union has made great strides in strengthening the role of women in all areas of its member state societies, gradually eliminating the inequalities still existing between women and men in diverse sectors. However, releasing the full potential of women on the labor market and more generally in the social fabric of the countries of Europe remains a goal we have yet to achieve, starting with the presence of women in our national and European institutions. Women play a fundamental role not only in terms of economic development, but especially in promoting human rights, education, fostering social cohesion, conflict resolution, and building more peaceful, secure societies. Women contribute with their invaluable perspectives and innovative approaches, a natural inclination to mediation and greater capacity for dialogue, and openly coming to terms with diversities that we, in an increasingly interconnected world, have to deal with on a daily basis. These particular female skills are not yet, however, sufficiently safeguarded, and unfortunately, much remains to be done to reduce the dramatic phenomenon of violence, physical and psychological, inflicted on women. Ensuring that women play an even stronger, more incisive role in our societies, implementing promptly and fully the principle of gender equality, and so lift the veil of ignorance that still curtails the freedom of women and tramples on their dignity, means investing in the future. I'm sure that your meeting in the next few days will provide new and useful points of reflection that will help ensure that the role of women in Europe and in Italy will be increasingly recognized and beneficial to our societies. With this hope, may I once again extend my best wishes to all those present for a successful meeting. Sergio Mattarella.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the European University Institute, and welcome to the annual State of the Union, which this year features women in Europe and in the world as its main topic. We all know that Europe is struggling. It is struggling on multiple fronts. The economic crisis, Brexit first and now Brexit, the threat of terrorism, the rise of populism, xenophobia, nationalism, over 1 million refugees calling at our doors. It would seem that this cannot be the time to hold a State of the Union featuring women in Europe and in the world. Yet the European University Institute thinks it is precisely the right time to do so. Women are half of the population in the world, and although 94% of Europeans agree that equality between men and women is a fundamental right, and I would even say a distinctive feature of the philosophical understanding of European citizenship, in many fundamental ways, the objective of gender equality remains unachieved. The prevalence of gender-based violence is still alarming, obscene, I would say. Discrepancy in earning is still very high. We still have a salary gap. We still have, and we now have, a huge pension gap, making older women, together with single mothers, very, very exposed to poverty. At the same time, women are not getting their equal share in terms of decision-making, and hence their equal chance to alter the conditions under which they and we all live. Women still account for less than a quarter of company board members, only 28% of elected parliamentarians or members in national governments in European member states. This cannot remain like this. This is worrisome. And this is worrisome because the fact is that every topic of political relevance, including the topics that I just mentioned, has a gender dimension to it. That is, every topic of political relevance affects women in disparate ways. Moreover, this is worrisome because it means that some of the solutions to every problem affecting us, we have not yet tried out. We have not yet tried out the solutions women might want to propose, were they given the opportunity to do so, the long-denied opportunity to create the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, putting the woman question front and clear is precisely what this year's State of the Union will do. And to signal this important moment, we have the honor of the presence of European Parliament member, Madame Silvia Costa.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear President Weiler, dear new General Secretariat, I'm very, very glad to be just again another time here after the last September, our official delegation by Cultural and Education Committee of the European Parliament in this fantastic European University Institute. I'm very glad to be here with you, and also because this is a very important opportunity to reflect on the situation of women in Europe and the world, as I heard before. It is an extraordinary platform also during the follows working groups and panels to discuss the key issues and challenges of the European policy today. Our meeting this year is taking place in a very, very dramatic context. Violent conflicts in the world have triggered an extraordinary flow of migrants and asylum seekers in Europe since the Second World War. With the recent terrorist attacks on our soil and abroad, the violence that led millions of people to flee their homes and seek refuge in Europe has now hit our continent. But forced migration started several years ago across the Mediterranean and then the Aegean Sea and Balkans countries. Meanwhile, we are confronted with a serious both economic and identity crisis, affecting particularly the young generations of of Europeans. In this framework, the role, the involvement of women are fundamental to address and overcome these epochal challenges in that Europe and the world have to face, starting from the humanitarian crisis which leaves men, women, and children running away for wars, persecution, and starvation. It's unacceptable, I hope for everybody here, that in too many member states, xenophobia, populism, and egoism are building new walls in Europe. And I welcome, even if it's a little sign, but it's important symbolically, the recent important decision of the Commission requesting by many of us in the European Parliament to impose financial sanctions to the member states that refuse their refugees quotas. It's clear that those challenges have a cultural, educational, and social dimension, which requires the development of policy proposals to compete with the global horizons, to build bridges of dialogue, but also to express a wider representation and the ability to listen and to make a new analysis out all the conceptual categories. And as women know to do. Women know to do. I think that a powerful message of the very different Europe, open and welcoming, which comes from the Erasmus generation, is a very different message. And we know how many girls around this, among this generation. For this, I would like to remember, and if you allow me to dedicate also this day to the 13 fantastic European young women, Erasmus students, who lost dramatically their lives in Spain just a month ago, and who constitute a model of commitment and confidence in a different Europe and into our common future. Saluto il sottosegretario Gozzi. For this, we planted in Rome, in Villa Borghese, 13 trees in their name. And on next Monday, in the occasion of the Europe Day, I will be with the President Schulz and the Minister Giannini in Madrid at the award ceremony for another woman, the mother of Erasmus, Sofia Corradi, an Italian woman, and in that occasion, the Royal Foundation Juste will entitle to them 13 scholarships. There is still a big gap, as we heard before, between the prevailing presence of young women in Italian and European universities and their high unemployment level, persistent difficulties in work and family roles balancing, in many rights, in wage gender gap, in scarcity of women in decision-making positions. A gap that not only makes our democracy unfinished and complete, but reduces Europe's capacity to deal with the crisis, to fight against extremism, and to work for peaceful coexistence and intercultural dialogue, as for innovation, social and economic innovation. Without the active participation of women, a different vision of the concept of sustainable development is not possible, and not even a new way to combine economic challenges and growth with equity and new rights. We know that poverty in the world has still a female face. In the latest report of the World Economic Forum of 2015 on the gender gap, the comparison of 145 countries on the four pillars of education, health, economic opportunities, and political representation point out that in the fields of education and health, the distance between men and women have greatly reduced in the last 10 years, with significant steps ahead, also in many African countries. That's a very good news. And that the number of women in the labor market increased from 2016 to 25 million, even if the gender pay gap remains and continue to exist the glass ceiling. In the context of political representation, in 145 states, the average of women parliamentarians is only 19%, with 18% of women ministers. An interesting data is that the half of these countries have had a female head of states. But I recall that we are 33% women in the European Parliament. That's a highest level of presence of women inside Europe. But it's also clear that the progress in political and economic areas is directly linked to the adoption of voluntary or not voluntary quotas. It's also a terrible problem that we copy with is the violence, increasing violence, private and the public violence against women. And that's why we are asking in a very strongly way, not only as women, but mostly as women in the Parliament, a directive, a European directive on this. So it will be important to define a common strategy to implement United Nations 2030 for a sustainable development agenda that includes as the fifth strategic objective the achievement of gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. During these years, in the European Parliament, we dealt with the concrete objectives and themes regarding women, the economic crisis, the impact on women, the fight against poverty and social exclusion, maternity protection, pensions, training and work, the precariousness of female employment, reconciliation, violence, as I said before, against women, and trafficking of human beings. And we know that 75% of them are women and children. The presence of women in decision-making powers, and last but not least, the refugees, to whom we have dedicated the last European Women's Day in the Parliament. As chair of the Committee on Culture and Education, and as a member of Gender Mainstream that we organize inside, in a horizontal way, inside the European Parliament works, I developed the women dimension in our main reports, in the report on women education, on intercultural dialogue, on implementation of education and training 2020, on the last youth report in EU, and on education for entrepreneurship, and also on the current My report on social inclusion and employment of refugees. Now we will copy with the two new, very promising policies for me in the field of education and culture, announced by the Commission, by Commissioner Mogherini and by Commissioner Thyssen. The first is the new Europe culture diplomacy. I imagine that also your institute can very support in a very strong way, and also is a strategic partner of this. Is very promising new approach also to Europe cultural diplomacy as a main part of our external relationships, cooperation relationships, and also security relationships. The second is on the package on skills and new competencies announced by the Commissioner. As women, we have a lot of things to say on these matters to rebuild the shared humanism and the Euro-Mediterranean partnership. A strong education and cultural cooperation is needed, especially for girls starting in the Euro-Mediterranean area, and that's why we approved in the European Parliament to double investments in the education of boys and girls in emergency situations, but also to establish, as I suggested, in educational corridors for refugee students according to our proposal. And I'm very proud that the Italian government, together with the universities and with the European University Institute, is one of the first in answering to my appeal. And 2 days ago, a framework protocol has been launched yesterday in Rome, also with UNCHR. I would like to conclude with the words by Nawal Soufi, a young Syrian refugee who now lives in Catania and who has become, thanks to her mobile, open 24 hours per diem, the angel of refugees would risk their lives into the sea. She said, in our meeting on women refugees in Brussels, with the strength of many women like her, she said, I'm not worried about the refugees. We are strong people. We want to go back to their countries at the end of conflict. I'm worried for Europe, which is losing its values and its identity. From here, we have to start. Thank you.
And now, our second guest has arrived, and I'm pleased to announce the policy who will also share with us this very moving moment of the opening of the State of the Union.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Professor Weiler, for your invitation. Thanks to the Institute for this big and growing and increasing European commitment. I think that is wonderful. It's wonderful for Europe. It's wonderful for us Italians. It's wonderful for me as a member of the Renzi government and convinced and committed European. So, I mean, thank you. Thank you, everybody. It doesn't depend on the Institute, the traffic jam and the accident, but don't quote me because I would risk, of course, a lot in criticizing the traffic jam in this city for obvious reason. Isn't it, Silvia? Very, very dangerous. In the beginning was the myth, and the myth was Europa, and Europa was a woman. We know the legend of this Phoenician beautiful princess abducted by Zeus in the form of a white bull. We have read Hesiod, we have read Homer. It goes back 800 years before Christ. Well, I mean, we want a completely different Europe. I mean, what we want for Europe, what we want for us, what we want for European citizens and women is something totally different. The allegory of a woman being kidnapped and her passive role in the legend is happily the farthest thing from the common values on which the European Union is founded. And is very far from the role that women are playing and must play, and we want them to play in our union today. We often evoke our founding fathers, and I think we are right in evoking our founding fathers when we talk about the commitment and the contribution of Europeans to our Europe. I think we should also start to talk more often and more explicitly of our founding mothers, because we have many founding mothers, and we should be very proud of them. Just to mention a few: Ursula Hirschman, Louise Weiss, Nilde Iotti, Simone Weil, Rita Levi Montalcini, just to mention a few among the many. And so the allegory, these founding mothers show that the allegory is very far from the Europe we have got from them, and it's very far from the Europe we want to build, based notably on equality between women and men, which is a fundamental principle since the origins in the Treaty of Rome, already in the Treaty of Rome, and we are preparing the celebration of the next year. We are a little bit concerned because there isn't too much to celebrate today around Europe. So we want to be able to celebrate next year through a more effective action in tackling the crisis we have this year, now, in these days. But I will come back very, very shortly later on this. So, since the Treaty of Rome, we have clearly committed ourselves, and rightly committed ourselves, to the principle of equality between men and women. Of course, that was for equal pay. It was a very economic treaty in its content, not in its inspiration, not in its objective, but in its content was a very economic treaty. 40 years later, 50 member states entrusted the EU with the fundamental duty to promote general equality between women and men. And I'm referring to the Treaty of Amsterdam. And much has been done since 1957 and since those treaty, from the economic approach to equal pay to a much more civic and political commitment to non-discrimination and equality between women and men. To come to the introduction, to arrive to the introduction of the general guiding principle of gender mainstreaming in all European policies, and to the commitment solemnly declared in Nice through the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU, which commit ourselves and gives ourselves a basis for an effective, for a new effective positive action measures. Nonetheless, we are a long way to go from living in the EU without gender and sexual discrimination. And I personally got 2 children, a boy and a girl, and I do wish the European Union offering both of them the real, very real and same opportunities. And this is not the case today. So I feel a double responsibility as a citizen, as a father, but also as a member of a government, which should do much more, and we must do much more to ensure that my children, your children, our children live in a real, equal Europe from this perspective. Of course, we have done a lot. Of course, through hard work at local level, at the national level, at European level, we have made consistent step-by-step progress over the years. However, gender equality still remains unfinished business. We are far from reaching real equality, in particular in areas such as participation in the labor market. And I think that I'm well placed as an Italian to say this, unfortunately. Economic independence, pay and pensions, equality in leadership position. Silvia Costa has referred to the increasing of the number of women in European parliaments, but certainly there is a lot to do, still a lot to do that we can do to ensure that women are in a much more leadership position, and fight against gender-based violence. It is a matter of concern for all of us. Nilde Iotti was right. She was right when she was writing, over these years, millions of women have changed their lives, have done a silent revolution, demanding great changes in social models, in production, in political life, in mindset, and these profound changes now call for adequate answer up to the transformations women have set. Because women's needs are everybody's needs. And this is true for each battle for civic rights. There isn't a battle that you do for a category or for a group. When you fight for a civil right, you fight for the right of everybody. And when you make more visible the role of a citizen in society, you take them away from the gray zone, you make the society more colorful. And this is something that in any battle for civic rights we have to bear in mind. For a big group, more than half of our society as women, but also for minorities, but also for the LGBT communities, but also for foreigners, for everybody. Each time that we fight a battle for the right of someone, we fight the battle for the right of everyone. I think that this is one of the main teaching that we owe to Nilde Iotti, and we owe to all those founding mothers that they have worked so much for Europe. So let's move more quickly from words to deeds. European women unemployment rate, not satisfactory at all. 64% in Europe compared to more than 75% of men's unemployment. The glass ceiling is still there, and the gender gap in pay and pension, even in the economic sector, notwithstanding we started to work on this since 1957, is far from being closed. But the hardest gap to bridge in the EU is the gap between our common values, our principles, our formal commitment, and their implementation. Equality between men and women is one case in point, but it's not the only one. Our common principles, such as solidarity, such as respect of the rule of law, are in danger or are not fully respected, not even within our European Union. So we have to start to tackle openly this issue. We are very committed in promoting more than a debate, but a monitoring process on the respect of the rule of law within the European Union. I cannot understand, and now as member of the government I cannot accept, that we spend night and days in studying the slightest figure in our budget, and we are very distracted when it is a matter of evaluation of our common values and of or the respect of our fundamental principles within the Union. We have to learn to talk each other. We have to understand that each of other must be monitored, must be evaluated, and can be also sanctioned if does not comply with those fundamental values, which are not an option, but are the reason why we decided to build the European Union, and they are the reason why we decided to adhere, to accede to the European Union. This is a message that is true for Italy as a founding member. It is true also for all the member states who have decided to join the Union later. Rule of law is something that is something of common concern. And I am concerned as Italian if in another member state some fundamental principles are violated, and some other member state must be concerned if in my country we don't do our best to ensure that our common values are fully respected. It is clear that the most immediate challenge is the migrant crisis. In my office there is an orange life jacket, very used. And there are a lot of telephone numbers. And there is a poetry, written in Somali language. And there is also a telephone number where it is written, in case I don't make it, please call this number and announce to this person that I haven't made it. This life jacket was the life jacket of Gula Isha, a woman, fleeing from persecution from the Horn of Africa. She made it. We saved her life. She arrived in our coast. And she wanted, through Médecins Sans Frontières, give me this life jacket. This life jacket is in my office. Each European delegation or foreign delegation or each visitor that I have, when they enter in my office, the first thing they see, it is this orange life jacket. Because this is what we are. This is what we are as Italians. First, we save life. First, we respect the dignity, which is the first fundamental right is the right to live. And this is what we must be as European. We must be much more consistent with our values. Well, like Europa, the young girl of the legend, was taken against her will from the Phoenician coast. Today, this is Lebanon, hosting more than 1 million of registered Syrian refugees. Europa was brought to Crete by the sea. This year, more than 180,000 migrants, starting from that part of the world, left as Europa left their homeland and moved to the west, to Europe. Unfortunately, there are 1,361 cases which were not so lucky as Europa. They died. And not only the Mediterranean between Italy and Libya is a cemetery of indifference and for selfishness, also the Aegean Sea has become a sea of selfishness and of indifference. That globalization of indifference that Pope Francis rightly denounced, first in Lampedusa and then in Lesbos. There are many women and many children among those 1,361 human beings that didn't make it. And this is certainly the most insidious, most tricky, most challenging problem that we have to. Our union, our Europe has a unique opportunity now of becoming itself. Europe has a unique opportunity of becoming Europe, in becoming more effective and more consistent with our values in tackling the migratory crisis. Of course, we have also suffered the lowest point of respect for women. It was the New Year's Eve in Cologne. That was a very tricky and insidious challenge to what we are pleading to this morning. It was one of the most insidious challenges to any discourse and action for integration, for respect, for living together, for being a community. And certainly, we have to be very strong and very determined in fighting that kind of violence. However, we shouldn't forget that the most of the violence against women in Europe is made at home. And this is also something, family violence, that we have to fight. What do I want to say? I want to say that there isn't any tolerance for the violence, neither in the Cologne Square, nor in our families, and that we cannot renounce to our freedom, because renouncing in our freedom doesn't increase in any case our security. The answer to this kind of problem cannot be dismantling Schengen, cannot be going back to national borders, cannot be going back to national divisions, because doing this, renouncing to Schengen, renouncing to our freedom, renouncing to Europe, doesn't increase in any way our security. So we shouldn't be wrong with the answer. The answer is not go back to the national borders. The answer is work together in full respect of our values on the new common borders, which is external borders, but bearing in mind what we are and bearing in mind the principle that we have to respect. This is also the way of answering to the security threat, internal and external security threat. Security is transnational issues. It cannot be tackled with national solutions. We would fool ourselves if we thought that with national solutions we can tackle the security issues. But working for security and ensuring to each of us the fundamental right of security, which is the right to live, fight against terrorists, promoting the security, the right to security, we have also to promote the security of fundamental rights. These two things must go hand in hand. These two things must always proceed, must always proceed in parallel. And we have also to be more demanding with all those who decide to share and to live together in our community. I do believe that we have to work, this is a fundamental matter, talking about the role of women in our society. And this is why I want to address this issue this morning. We have to work for a European Islam. I'm convinced that we have and we can work for European Islam. European Islam is an Islam which is fully consistent with the Charter of Fundamental Rights. The Charter of the European Union of Fundamental Rights applies to any of us. Applies to European citizens, applies to human beings that are in Europe, applies to all the religions. And even if the freedom that we give in our Europe can be considered as science fiction in some country of origin of migrants, of new Europeans, well, we have to, in any case, grant to all those our citizens, women and men, those rights, and we have to explain that in Europe women are equal to men, and that in Europe you cannot imprison in a burqa a woman if she doesn't want to wear it. This is the way of being consistent with our fundamental values, and this is the way of ensuring the full respect of our fundamental rights. And this is the way we have to prepare, and I conclude, the 60 years of the Treaty of Rome. You will conclude your excellent 2 days with a speech of Joseph Muscat, the Maltese Prime Minister, and the speech of Matteo Renzi, our Prime Minister, devoted to our initiative also, From Rome to Lisbon and Beyond. This is a way we want to prepare, promoting debate around Europe, the way of arriving to next year, 25th of March 2017, 60 years of the Treaty of Rome, not only regretting what we could do and we haven't done, but we want to go there after having given an effective answer to the current challenges and to identify and promote a new phase of political process of European integration. And I think that the relaunch of European integration that we have to prepare now, if we want it to happen in 2017, because as Altiero Spinelli used to say, Europe doesn't fall from the sky. If we want to make things happen in Europe, we have to prepare them. If we want to make of 2017 a moment of relaunch of European integration, we have to prepare it now. We have to prepare it now also with initiative like yours, also with initiative with this transnational debate that we went to promote, where we have started in La Valletta in January. We have a very important moment in Rome in the 11th of April. Tomorrow there will be a very important moment thanks to you all. We have to prepare the relaunch of Europe. The relaunch of Europe passed through the relaunch of our commitment to rule of law, of our commitment to fundamental rights, and to thanks to the way of being grateful to founding mothers like Ursula Eichmann is to relaunch the European integration in the full respect of those values for which Ursula and other founding mothers has given their life for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now invite everybody to join his workshop, for which he has assigned 2. And those who are going to follow, Can the Refugee Crisis Make or Break Europe?, to stay here.
Hello, everybody. I think it's time. Can you please take your seats? Should I? Hello? May I invite everybody to take your seats? Okay, there might be some people coming late, but we start. We're very pleased to welcome you here at the European University Institute and in Florence at this 6th edition of the State of the Union. I'm Anna Trindafilido. I'm a professor at the Robert Schuman Center for Advanced Studies at the European University Institute. And I'm also a member of the organizing committee of this conference. So as you can imagine, it's been some intense weeks that have preceded today. I'm very pleased to chair this first panel, which touches upon an issue that is not precisely obviously on gender, but kind of an all-encompassing issue, and one of the hottest ones that Europe is confronted with. We heard it from MEP Silvia Costa, we heard it from Secretary of State Sandro Gozzi and Minister of European Affairs. Can somebody close the door, maybe? And the way our panel is organized is that I'm very pleased to actually we have a distinguished panel of professors, politicians, people involved with civil society, and our aim is to do some short introductions as to how we see the refugee crisis evolving, what are the challenges for the European Union, and then engage with you with your comments, your questions about how the European Union should proceed or what can we do. I have the double role to be the chairperson but also the first speaker, and my aim will be very briefly to introduce a few data, a few issues, providing the overview of the refugee crisis, and asking ourselves what is unique, what is special about this refugee crisis. Now, as you can see, actually, the main challenge that the EU is faced with is how to provide protection for people who need it while keeping its border controlled, how to ensure that asylum seekers and their applications are processed in the full respect of fundamental rights. This is no easy challenge because precisely because of our fundamental rights that we highly value, once a person lands on the territory of the EU, there are certain procedures to be respected, there are laws to be respected, and there is a certain set of rights and protection that we have to provide, at least temporarily, even for people who are found not to need international protection. In addition, as we all know today, we're not even just speaking of mixed flows in the sense of people coming through the same routes, through the same pathways, if you want, using the same smugglers, and may involve both people moving mainly for economic reasons and mainly people moving because they need protection. But we also have what we call mixed motivations. So somebody who is coming today from Syria might be a clear case of international protection, but somebody who comes from Afghanistan or who comes from Somalia or who comes from Nigeria may have a strong case for needing protection, but also equally the wish to build a better future for themselves and their children. So the distinction of black and white between asylum seeker and economic migrant is really very hard to make, both in theory, but also in practice and in policy. Let me give some data that my colleagues from the Global Stat database, a database that is one of the very important projects that we have done in the Robert Schuman Center for Advanced Studies at the EUI. So my colleagues had me put together a few graphs just to showcase a bit how the crisis has evolved. Here you can see how the flows have evolved in Greece, Italy, and Spain, which are the geographically forefront countries for receiving asylum seekers, not only from the Middle East or Asia, but also from Sub-Saharan Africa, West and East Africa, North Africa. Now, as you can see, the brunt of the crisis of the last 14, 15 months has been borne by Greece. Italy has had a fair share, while Spain a lot less. If we look at their composition, what is striking, actually more than the presence of women, is the presence of children. You can see in selected months how the evolution of the flow, how the composition of the flows has evolved, and men have gone down, children have gone up exponentially, and actually, in a sense, we note a conspicuous somehow absence of women, which is particularly worrying, because these are young children who are coming, and that testifies to families that are separated. Now, let me just say a couple of words about the past refugee crisis and the past migration crisis that we've witnessed across the Mediterranean. Here you can see a snapshot of what we used to call the Mediterranean routes that were mainly coming through the Sahara, but also from Afghanistan through Iran to Turkey and then Greece. However, the situation today has changed, and it has changed both in terms of the routes that you can see here, the famous and unfamous Balkan route and its deviations. I understand that these are not seen very well, but it is just to show how geographically the flows have evolved. But what I want to also emphasize is how the flows are not something that we're only facing today. Perhaps the first crisis year in Southern Europe was 2006 with the Canary Islands. Later we had crisis years, not just 1 year, in Lampedusa in Italy. Again, a rise in Greece in 2010, 2012. Then we had 2013-14 was considered to be again a unique crisis year for Italy. And as Minister Gozzi said before, Italy was brave enough and generous enough to put in place the Mare Nostrum operation, which costed a huge amount of money to the Italian government, up to 11 million euro a month, mainly to save lives. And it did save a lot of lives, but only the flows were just to increase as the situation in Syria was deteriorating and as the smuggling networks were really getting more organized, particularly in Turkey, to cross people to Greece. And we know that in 2015, about 1 million people came, 800,000 to Greece, 200,000 in Italy. And the number that we heard, 180,000 this year, refers to this year being 2016. And of course, we know that the flows have seriously decreased, almost stopped, as of late March after the EU-Turkey joint agreement that I'm going to comment on in a minute. In this graph, you can see the evolution of the asylum applications. It's, again, a more long-term view from the late 90s till today. As you can imagine, the late 90s, early 2000s was a peak period. Then things went down, but they're rising up very quickly. It's very important to say that the European Union receives about 80% of asylum applications in the world. Now, of course, this refers to registered asylum applications. We need to keep in mind that places like Kenya or India do receive hundreds of thousands of people seeking protection, but they don't have official asylum systems like we have in Europe and North America and Australia, so we cannot include people in the statistics. However, comparing to North America, Australia, Europe is doing really a great job. Exactly, Europe is receiving 79% of the applications. North America, US and Canada receive 16%, and Australia about 4%, and 1% is the rest, like Japan, etc. Now, however, this is also a cause of concern for many European citizens. And if you look at this graph, we can see clearly an evolution of the public opinion, and I think Ruth Wodak will tell us more in a minute about it. We see an evolution of the public opinion during this year of the crisis, where we can see clearly in the columns that are reddish that people are worried. There's too many people coming, and what will happen? How will they be integrated? In addition, you can see, however, that EU citizens feel that the solution is European and not national. They feel that the solution needs to be found involving either the European Union or in any case in cooperation between the member states, because they realize that asylum and migration are transnational issues and they cannot be dealt with by countries alone. Now, in the last couple of minutes of my presentation, I just want to say a couple of words about how the EU has faced the crisis. And I think for one time we can say that the EU has not failed its citizens. It's probably the national governments, some of them, that are failing the EU and the EU citizens. So we have seen a number of measures that have been pioneered, and I think it should be said that President Juncker the Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Federica Mogherini, and also President Tusk have put a lot of their political weight behind bold solutions to deal with the crisis. We know that one of the first proposals was the relocation quota or resettlement quota. We know it's not yet working, and we know that literally yesterday there was a modified proposal launched on how to make the quotas obligatory, and for countries that don't want to accept asylum seekers, ask them to pay 250,000 euro per person not accepted. Still, the fact of the matter is that out of 160,000 places that were announced in September, in May, first batch, and then in September, more. It's the people who have been relocated until a month ago was probably under 1,000, probably now it's about 2,000, including both Greece and Italy. However, we have seen also a lot of emphasis in the action plan to fight smugglers. This was called Operation Sophia. It hasn't taken off the ground, although it was widely publicized in spring and fall 2015. Part of the reason is that dismantling the smugglers does not really dismantle the reasons why people are leaving. Second, that you had to have military action in the territory of foreign countries. Even if these countries like Libya are not well governed, you cannot engage in military means. A third case was the hotspots, again, very much discussed, very much advertised. And what we see, for instance, Greece has been accused for 3 months for not setting up the hotspots quickly and properly, and now hotspots have been dismantled because the system has changed and because people have to be processed and possibly returned to Turkey within the EU-Turkey agreement. Now, actually, the EU-Turkey joint agreement is probably the most contested measure for dealing with this crisis, and at the same time, a temporarily effective one. As you probably know, this agreement says that Turkey is a safe country, so people who come from Turkey seeking protection can be returned to Turkey. This agreement also says that people who entered, particularly Greece, but also Italy, but particularly Greece that had really borne the brunt of the arrivals, would be relocated within the relocation scheme. So it was the idea that this agreement would, on one hand, lead to relocating, settling, integrating those that were already there without burdening further the countries that had been the main countries of final arrival, like Germany and Sweden. And at the same time, it would deal with the problem of the forefront countries and discourage the flow. And truly, we know that while the average of arrivals in the island of Lesbos in Greece was 5,000 to 6,000 per day in October and November, back in January, it was like 300, and today is like 50. So we see the decrease has been dramatic. Now, the situation is quite complicated because still people have to remain in the islands and be processed there, at least on first instance, their asylum applications. And I have to say, to the credit of my own country of origin, Greece, the government is not really willing to return people from the so-called SIA nationalities, Syrians, Iraqis, and Afghans, because the government sees these people do have an asylum claim. However, I think things are it's a policy that is still developing, and a lot, I think, will be decided at the political level more than at the legal level of international protection. And I think this is one of the issues that we need to debate today. I don't want to further tire you with details and data. I just wanted to give a little bit the framework of the situation. I will now like to give the floor to my colleague, Professor Ruth Wodak, who will speak a bit more about the discourses and the public opinion surrounding the crisis, and also about how different governments are actually using and abusing, I would say, the crisis for domestic purposes.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Anna. Can you make this big, please? Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a great honor to be invited to this panel, and especially to talk about this most important and polarizing issue. The question which was posed as a title, Making or Breaking Europe,
I don't think we should pose it as an either-or. I think it's more the question of what kind of Europe do we want? And already in the first panel, we heard very important words about this what kind of Europe, leading us back to the founding mothers and founding fathers. We have been dealing with the so-called refugee situation, and I'm avoiding the word crisis in this context because I think politics is in a crisis, not the refugees. So we have been dealing with the politicization and mediatization of this situation. What I mean with this is how the media have been reporting about the refugees in various countries in Europe and beyond, and how politicians and politics, governments, right-wing and left-wing, have been using and instrumentalizing the refugee situation for their own ends. And this has been changing from the summer 2015 to the spring 2016. So what we have done is actually trace exactly this discursive and also attitudinal shift. I will thus mainly use the Austrian trajectory because I come from Austria and we have been dealing with the Austrian data in much detail, but what I'm saying also relates to the other EU countries in a more or less different way. Basically, what I want to show you are the various pictures which all condense different narratives. And the way different pictures are used already tells you different stories, and they are highlighted by the media in the one or other way. This trajectory starts with the border between Austria and Hungary being erected, and you might have 2 points, the train station in Budapest, Keleti train station, and the train station in Vienna, Westbahnhof, which is kind of the first stage in September. Then we have a second stage, which is the border between Slovenia and Austria, and I will come to this in a minute, which is Spielfeld. And the third one is the ongoing debate about the Brenner. Here in these images, we see on the one hand the very famous image of Alois Mock and Gyula Horn cutting the wire, 1989, the end of the Cold War. The second image is Röschke, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that rightly in Hungarian, 25th August 2015, the wires, the fence between Hungary and Serbia, and the desperate refugees trying to cross this border. As you know, then many refugees then walked basically to Vienna from Keleti train station. There were many important shifts in the context, and I'm only very briefly going to point to a few salient dates. I'm just looking where this red thing is. Anyway, the first one was June 2015. Hungary announces to build a border fence. Second salient date, 26th August, 71 refugees are found dead in a truck, suffocated, very close to Vienna. And that was the point when the refugee situation had arrived in the center of Europe. Everybody was absolutely dismayed. The same with the picture of the boy who had died, drowned on September 3rd. So then Austria and Germany opened the borders and a welcoming culture emerges. The NGOs, almost the whole population in Vienna was at the train stations helping. I myself experienced that. We all brought water, food, etc. And then suddenly there's a shift in the discursive culture, and it starts with the various regional elections in Austria, but also the European debate. So you have various levels combined, regional level, European level, global level, EU level. I cannot go on now in detail, but you all know that this led to 8th March Balkan route closed, and now possibly the border fence between the Brenner, Austria and Italy, and Austria and Hungary again. So just to show you some images which condense different narratives, this is the image on the Vienna Westbahnhof welcoming refugees, which was a expression of the city of Vienna, of the Council of Vienna. Vienna has a red-green city government and many NGOs, which telling you, we are doing our very best to organize assistance. You are safe, the city of Vienna. That was the poster welcoming refugees in September and October. So phase one. Then you have the famous images. We've already heard about the orange vests, the boat which is full of refugees trying to save their lives, and an image which again produced huge polarization in the media, people sleeping on the ground in Treskirchen, a camp for refugees close to Vienna in one of the richest countries in the world and in Europe, and which caused a lot of dismay, and again, many NGOs helping. And then the image basically of young men coming to Europe. And this is another narrative, the so-called invasion. But we also have children who are born on the route to Europe. And this is, I find, a very moving image from Indomeni, which was posted on Facebook. My friends, say hi to Adam. Adam was born in Indomeni refugee camp at the Greek-Macedonian border. His mother told me, the only reason I've left Syria is that I do not want the first sound my son hears is a voice of an explosion. So this is sort of the humanitarian and also very gendered discourse, the discourse of care. On the other hand, you have the images of the so-called rioting young men at the Macedonian border. And finally, the picture of a very quiet and calm marching to the Austrian border in September, and now the new border between Slovenia and Austria, Spielfeld, which has been regulated, as you see, not anymore just a possibility to enter. So why has this changed? I've just here a couple of quotes. I know I am coming to the end, Anna. A couple of quotes here about how this is now justified and legitimized in the official discourse and then recontextualized in the media. On the one hand, there is the left-wing position, there is no room for fences in Europe. On the other hand, there is the right-wing position. This is very polarized in Austria, or anyway it was in the fall. And then there was a shift in the government and everybody jumped on the bandwagon of the security and border discourse. And so there's nothing bad about a fence, or there is no room for a fence. We have to manage with the resources we have, the typical economization of the refugee situation, or one cannot reduce a fundamental human right to a specific number. So basically there was a debate about words. Should we have an upper limit, or should we just have a benchmark? Should we have a fence, or should we have a border with a little door? And I could tell you the German expressions for that, but I don't have the time. So doing a word cloud with all the articles since August up to the spring now, there's a software, I don't want to go into this. You see how often the word border appears, then the massive the frequency of terms regulating the border, border management, border crossing, border transport, border security, and the few words about inside the country. So this is statistical, you can represent it that way. So just to conclude, what do we see if we look at this transition and the discursive shift, but which is also a political shift? You see that from words we come to walls, and then again to the justification of walls. There's a question of the erosion of democracy and human rights, if they are sort of avoided now or neglected. Security serves as a justification, not only the security of the refugees, but suddenly Europe has to be protected from the refugees. And economization, we're talking about numbers and not about human beings anymore. Thank you very much.
The real dimension of the crisis, the construction of the crisis as humanitarian or a danger for security and well-being. Heather will give us some insights about the governance and the institutional aspects.
Well, thank you. Good morning. In fact, I do have PowerPoint, so just while the technical things are going on, I'm going to talk about the topic we've been given in terms of political dynamics. Why the migration crisis could break or make the EU. Not quite sure what the sound is doing. Okay, well, can you hear me above this noise? There we go. Okay. Strange. Okay. Let's keep calm and carry on. So I'm going to talk about 3 ways in which this crisis could break the EU in terms of political dynamics, and 2 ways in which it might make it. I always try and be an optimistic speaker in general, but it's quite hard to have optimism at this point in time. So looking at the reasons why the migration crisis could break the EU, there are essentially 3 ways of thinking about it. There's the polity of the EU, there's the unity of the EU, and there's the credibility of the EU. So in terms of the polity, decision-making has really changed over the past few years. I've worked in Brussels until this very nice year in Florence for nearly a dozen years in policy-making, in the Commission as a political advisor to a commissioner, and then working for a human rights foundation. And I've really, the series of the Euro crisis plus the migration crisis have changed very fundamentally the way the EU is working. What was an emergency mode of decision-making is now becoming the new normal. What was a crisis mode is becoming something that's really quite familiar. And there are some quite distinctive features of this crisis mode, which are rather important for the EU as a polity, as a political entity, and as a democratic system. The first is that the way in which the European Council now predominates. The European Council is the level of heads and state of government that now is really responsible for finding consensus. Whereas before there was a lot more consensus finding through co-repair, the permanent representatives, also through the councils of ministers. Now the crisis mode is for the heads to meet and try and find consensus among prime ministers and presidents and chancellors. Then the Commission tries to work out the details, come up with a more detailed proposal. That then goes into another round of negotiations as consensus often fails, and so it goes on. The Commission has now made a long series of proposals around this particular crisis. So what are the advantages and disadvantages of this crisis mode? One of the great disadvantages is that there's very little time to build consensus. That's one of the reasons why we're seeing gridlock so often. This is a highly politicized issue. It's a very, very high political salience. But it also doesn't work through the normal method by which ministers meet and discuss things and try to find common ground among themselves. And of course, you don't see the normal role that's usually quite important, of checks and balances in the system. The European Parliament is not much involved because there's not actually much legislation involved. And of course, there isn't the usual scrutiny of what's happening because so much is happening outside the bounds of the normal legislative making process in the EU. For example, the legal basis of the EU-Turkey deal is more or less non-existent. It's not a deal, in fact, and it's not the EU. The EU-Turkey deal is, in fact, a statement by the heads of state and government on a meeting with Turkey, which is a very different thing from the normal way in which the EU operates. So that means there's not very much transparency, and it means that the leaders are dominant at a moment when there is a growing suspicion of political elites in Europe. It contributes in this respect to the populist argument that you hear in many countries of Europe at the moment, that political elites do deals among themselves for their own benefit. They're not watching what's happening for the people. There's also a problem of unity, which is the second thing I'd like to highlight here. We're hitting the limits of intergovernmentalism. There's some interesting academic research going on now in terms of the way that intergovernmentalism works. And the way the European Council in particular is changing intergovernmentalism in Europe. But a lot of what we're seeing at the moment is actually bilateralism. So much of the deal with Turkey, for example, was actually negotiated bilaterally between Berlin and Ankara. And that's because member states are divided not only the means of tackling the migration crisis, but also the ends. One senior official put it to me, he described it as being, well, what we have at the moment is a road traffic accident. And we've got those who are actually involved on the road who are calling for the collective ambulance. We've got those who are standing by the side of the road saying, well, we're sorry to see this happening, but we're bystanders. And then we've got those who are wanting the private ambulance to be arranged. So there's a very different sense about what are in the end are the objectives of policy on migration, not only what are the means to find it. The agreement that the member states have found essentially is on exporting the problem. There are limits here too. Will the deal hold with Turkey, particularly if the EU member states remain divided on the issue of visa liberalisation? But also what I've noticed among, in terms of the policy discourse is a desire to replicate the Turkey deal with other countries, but not necessarily to replicate, for example, the quotas, as Anna was mentioning this morning, a bit earlier. And finally, we're reaching the limits, I think, with regard to a growing risk of non-compliance. Now, that really is extremely dangerous for the European Union, which is a community of law, and it's a system which relies on most member states implementing what they've agreed to most of the time. There are very few formal enforcement mechanisms at EU level, and certainly in terms of agreements that are made at European Council level, it's extremely difficult to sanction non-compliance. But given we've seen limits of the use of qualified majority voting, we're also now seeing the limits in terms of implementation. And although the non-compliance is an issue primarily with migration, if that were to spread to other policy areas, that really challenges the whole system. So in terms of credibility, the challenge here is that there's been a perfect storm in 2015 to 16. Ruth Wodak was pointing out the changes in discursive strategy used by politicians and also by the media. There are many, many narratives in that discourse of blame. And there are also many narratives of linkage, because the perfect storm has brought together three different weather systems in politics. One is migration, another is terrorism, and the third is Euroscepticism, anti-EU sentiment. And populists across the Union in a very large number of countries, so this is ironically a transnational phenomenon of nationalism. There are many populists who are producing nationalist narratives, which is essentially link those three things, the migrants, the terrorists, and what they call the Eurocrats, which makes it harder again for the EU to respond. This is enormously challenging for the EU system over time, because if the EU loses its credibility over the migration crisis, it will be hard to maintain it in other policy areas. Okay, so I'm going to end with 2 points on why the migration crisis could make the EU, to give you a few reasons for optimism. The first is deepening after crisis. Neo-functionalists will always tell you the EU has always grown after crises. It's only through crises that the EU can grow. It's only deepening of integration only happens when you have a road traffic accident, when you have a crisis on your hands. They might also point to the fact that there is international level debate about these issues. The questions about the Geneva Convention, which was created in a very different era, one in which dissidents and defectors were much more the aim of asylum policy, needs to be updated for a very different moment. And then there's talk about potential regional implementation of a global deal. You have to be pretty optimistic to believe in that one. But it's an important debate that's out there. And so the idea that there should be some kind of global compact on migration is something that the EU would be quite well suited to contribute to. And finally, in terms of deepening, there is the possibility that agencies gain a lot more power in the EU. At the moment, migration, because it's a very patchy policy area at EU level, where the EU's powers are very limited, and it has agencies that are really very small, trying to deal with an enormous crisis, there is a possibility that they will gain more of a role. But of course, this is tricky in an area which is essentially a core state power, one that is very, very close to the heart of sovereignty. But that is a proposal that the Commission has made. Let's see where it goes. But that would be, I think, an interesting new route of deepening, to work more through agencies and less through the central institutions of the EU. Finally, what kind of EU might emerge? As Ruth Wodak said earlier, this is really about what kind of Europe, what sort of shape of the EU we might look at. We could be seeing variable geometry emerging on an unprecedented scale. If we have the euro, which of course is leading to a great deal of deepening for some member states, we have Schengen, which might end up with fewer members than it has at the moment, more variable geometry, and of course we have the British referendum on belonging to the EU. By the end of this year, we could see, really in just a few months, new ideas for overlapping memberships of different parts of the EU, which emerge from the events of 2016. A mini Schengen seems to be the most workable in not disrupting the rest of the EU. The idea of a smaller Schengen of countries that really do trust one another, which are able to do deals among themselves, which trust one another's legal systems as well as one another's border control. This is something that's being discussed a lot in the policy discourse at the moment. After all, Schengen began as a coalition of the willing, as a small group of member states, and then it grew. Could it shrink again without disrupting the rest of integration? This is a very fundamental question now. There could also be the emergence of variable geometry in terms of new ways of overcoming the collective action problem, new ways of trade-offs. Now, Anna mentioned the very interesting one that's emerged just this week, the idea that if countries are not willing to take their quota of relocated refugees, then they pay. So they contribute in terms of money rather than in terms of places. Okay, money for places, this might work in a pragmatic way in the short term. Does it work in the longer term? Does it work with regard to rights and values? Sandro Gozzi was pointing out this morning the rule of law mechanism that has come in. It would be quite tricky for anybody at the moment to accept the idea of a trade-off between obligations in other areas of the rule of law of the EU for money. Can you buy your way out of your obligations? But this is a very interesting new issue that has not really emerged before at EU level. And finally, we have the question of resilience. I had a great conversation recently with a policymaker in Brussels who asked, so can the sausage factory be made into a fire brigade? Can a system that was essentially designed to produce legislation over a very long period of time, with a long series of negotiations to find consensus among a variety of actors and a variety of interests, that's essentially the sausage machine, and it produces pretty good sausages on the whole. Can it be turned into a fire brigade which is available for crisis management, which is able to deal with crises day after day? That's a very, very different set of skills, of expertise, of the kind of people who would have to be involved, the kind of institution you would have to build. At the moment, the EU is trying to do both. So the question is, will it still continue to produce good sausages, and will it be able to put out the fire? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. Well, just you gave us all the doom and gloom. At least you gave us also some reasons for hope. When I heard that the migration and refugee management crisis can spill over to other policy areas, I thought, oh my God. But I think Georg Monarch, who is professor and rector at the College of Europe, will tell us a bit more about Schengen, which is indeed a pressing question and probably a testing ground. What can happen? Can this crisis make or break Europe?
Well, thanks very much for having offered me to speak on this subject. It's of course a crucial subject, And we have rather little time. I think it would be worth a conference of its own. So I think we can only focus on core issues. I will be limiting my remarks to the implications of the refugee and migration crisis on the Schengen system. And I think one has to be aware that without the Schengen system, the European Union would most likely not even have what is currently called a common asylum and a common migration policy, because it was only when the Schengen countries decided to open the internal borders, to abolish controls at internal borders, that actually the question arose what to do in common as regards the movement of asylum seekers and migrants, because the Schengen zone is not only a zone of free movement for the citizens of the Schengen member states, but also, of course, for asylum seekers and also for migrants. So the EU's asylum and migration policy started as a compensatory measure of the Schengen system. And if Schengen would disappear, I would argue that then a lot of the dynamics behind the development of EU asylum and migration policy would vanish. So there is also from this perspective a strong link. So let's take the subject, can the refugee crisis make or break Europe, and what is the position of Schengen in this context? I will start with a more dramatic of the two terms, break the European Union, break Europe. Now, I think that the Schengen system is indeed very important for the European construction. I'm simplifying perhaps a little bit, but I think there are three distinct visible achievements of the integration process, tangible for the citizens and justifying the huge efforts also made in the European integration process. The first of these achievements was the putting into place, nearly perfect now putting into place with a few missing elements of the internal market. Then we had, of course, the Schengen system with the opening up of the internal border space, and then we had the introduction of the single currency and the Eurozone. We can say now, clearly, the Eurozone project is fragilized. We have seen last year a last-minute temporary solving of the Greek sovereign debt issue. I'm not so sure whether the summer of this year will pass without another Greek crisis. And the credibility loss which the Eurozone project has suffered during the crisis has already been considerable. You can clearly see, for instance, in my own home country, in Germany, that overall support for the European integration process has been seriously affected by the loss of confidence of the German citizens in the economic and monetary union project. Now, if we would have a dismantling of Schengen on a more lasting base, this would mean that 2 out of these 3 signal achievements would have been fragilized or put into question. And at a time when Euroscepticism is mounting in many member states, no need to explain that this would be a highly risky, dangerous development. If the Schengen system would fail to continue, there are a lot of costs. There have been a lot of studies during the last 3 months. The European Commission started the debate about costs with estimates, with a low estimate starting at €5 billion of cost in terms of economic losses and also administrative costs for the member states. So 5 billion per year, but there are also estimates which go much higher up. Maybe some of you have seen the study commissioned by the Bertelsmann Foundation, which actually went up to between 500 billion and 1.4 trillion euro cumulative loss until 2025. Well, I think this may be more on the exaggerated side, but nevertheless, there will be considerable cost. And this Europe, which anyway is suffering from low growth rates, high unemployment, doesn't need this additional complication. This I think we can agree on. But the political costs would be much more significant in the sense that the European project would suffer from another credibility loss, both internally and internationally. Because what the Europeans have achieved by creating an open space where people can move freely across the internal borders has attracted attention around the globe. There are no other examples for so many countries retaining their sovereignty actually opening up each other to each other. This expression of trust and this liberalism, this confidence in actually living in a common space. So it would really, the political cost would be huge, I think much higher ultimately than whatever we may calculate in terms of the financial costs. And it comes at a bad moment, because if we have a lasting risk to Schengen, it will surely be over the next few months, next 1 or 2 years. And this is precisely at the moment when we cannot exclude that there are further troubles for the Eurozone, where we might have Brexit, where we have quite a few other challenges and complicating factors. Europol just warned again about imminent additional major terrorist attacks in Europe, which of course also normally generate a certain tendency to look for national solutions and to actually find fortress solutions in order to protect the citizens. All this makes a toxic cocktail, a very toxic cocktail. I would say never in the history of European integration have we had so many complicating factors at the same time. And therefore, I think a dismantling of Schengen is clearly, if possible, at all costs, I would almost say, as Draghi said in the Eurozone crisis, whatever it takes. But we don't have a European Central Bank equivalent in the Schengen zone to actually exercise the same sort of warning call and reassurance at the same time. Well, there's some good news. I think at the beginning of this year, the situation looked worse because we had 9 Schengen members which had reintroduced temporarily border controls. We are now down to 5, and the risk of a spread of the suspension of the abolition of internal border controls for the moment seems to be reined in. The European Council in February used unusually strong language by saying that the wave through approach has to be stopped and putting a lot of pressure also on the JHA Council to make more progress. And the Commission has now submitted quite a number of proposals to which I will come back in the context of the make section of my brief talk. But there are risks which remain. There has been a lot of action on the external side in terms of additional efforts to find a solution to the Syrian situation. There has been a lot more cooperation, including financial action on the international level to help with the refugee situation outside of the EU, and we have the EU-Turkey deal. But we all know that the EU-Turkey deal could fail. It's still a possibility that it fails, and there has been no lack also of clear language from Ankara on the risks of such a failure. And then we would have the pressure increasing very much again on Greece. We also could have a double Greek crisis in the summer. We could have a new sovereign debt Eurozone crisis for Greece, at the same time coinciding with a re-increase of the refugee migratory pressure. And Greece is already struggling, and a Greece going in the direction of bankruptcy would surely be even less able to actually manage its borders. So there are still quite a few risks. At the moment, it looks better than at the beginning of the year, but we are not yet through. And let's also not forget, we can at any time have at least crises of a similar extent as regards refugees and migrants. I only mention Algeria. The situation in Algeria is just kept stable. It hangs, I would almost say, on the life of one man. And if we have a major destabilization in Algeria, I think it could correspond very much to the streams we have seen coming from Syria. Now, can the crisis make Europe? Well, in some respects, I think, yes, we have seen certain developments which we probably would not have thought possible to this extent still 2 years ago. The relocation mechanism, which was approved in September, is quite a revolutionary instrument because for the first time there is a principle of mandatory relocation of refugees between member states. And also the way of its adoption was quite exceptional because the Council voted on it and member states were put into minority. I'm not entirely convinced about the political wisdom of putting member states into minority because afterwards you have a price to pay for this and we have seen what the price is. But there was a political determination and the courage to do so, which is a new feature in governance. And it was under the pressure of the Schengen system, struggling to survive. It was a response, essentially, also to a Schengen crisis. Then we have seen that it is seriously considered to apply Article 26 of the Schengen and Borders Code to Greece, which allows actually the forced reintroduction of border controls between a Schengen member and other Schengen members if a Schengen member is seen not to be able to fulfill its obligations. I think when Article 26 was introduced, no one seriously thought to actually potentially use it because it's quite an invasive measure. But now this is on the cards. Again, you can ask, is it sensible to use Article 26? Because Greece clearly has capacity problems and is very much exposed, but the EU is really trying to use all the instruments it has to stabilize the situation, which it has not always done. Then there are the Commission proposals, which overall make an impressive package. You have the proposal of a European Border and Coast Guard. It's a little bit of a misnaming, because no one is proposing here to establish a supranational border guard. I think the Commission would have been wiser to avoid, in the run-up to the Brexit referendum, such strong language. But what is in the proposal makes, in many respects, sense to enlarge drastically the pool of border guard officers of other member states who can actually be deployed to help member states experiencing particular difficulties. The expansion of the Frontex capabilities is also important, and there are also quite invasive elements which are proposed, such as the possibility of a right to intervene at external borders of a member state if the member state is not able to properly guard its external borders. Just yesterday, the Commission also introduced this fairness mechanism. It was already referred to with the fine system, which also goes very far. Now, here one has to say there is a lot of potential to have a much more working Schengen border system and asylum policy in there. So make Europe, yes, there is a potential, but again, I have to say there's a big but, because quite a few of these measures, although decided, are not very well implemented. The relocation mechanism, I think the numbers are still on the symbolic side. For instance, France, the country in which I live, I think has in total just taken 350 under the relocation mechanism, in spite of strong affirmations of solidarity. I think some of the Commission proposals I would dare to predict. Academics should not predict, but I dare to predict. The right to intervene at external borders of member states, I would say it's pretty much dead in the water. The other thing where I have serious difficulties to see is the fine system, the fairness system of 250,000, I think, per refugee not taken. I would be very surprised, and I will make amends to you later, if actually this goes through the Council. So I think this Make Europe, there are a lot of questions. I will finish with a remark on a more general remark on Schengen. I think we have a parallelism between what has happened to the Euro project, to the single currency, and to the Schengen system. In both cases, there's a very ambitious European integration objective, which makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, when introducing this objective and creating the framework, the member states were not willing to actually create the necessary instruments, means, and solidarity mechanisms to actually be able of these projects resisting major pressure. And in the case of both the Eurozone and in the case of Schengen, we have seen major international stress factors impacting on the system, and this being a nice weather system in both cases, it has failed to respond. So there is a very fundamental question. Does it make sense to go for ambitious objectives, but then to say, oh, we like the goodies, but we are not willing to pay for them in terms of solidarity and effective mechanisms? And there's a risk if you do this, it's a risk of credibility, because if later then these major projects get into troubled waters, then actually you may fuel Euroscepticism and perhaps even hostility to the European project. And that's why I think we have to be very, very attentive, and why we have to add to the credibility of Schengen as to the other big objectives of the integration process. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I think we're coming to the conclusion, however, that managing the border or providing asylum is not a technical question or a legal question, it's really a political question. And I'm very happy to conclude the introductory talks of this panel with member of the European Parliament, Cassetto Chienghe, also former Minister of Immigration in Italy, who will tell us a bit more about how the European Parliament, notoriously the most democratic of the European institutions, is thinking of dealing with the crisis.
Now, thank you for inviting me here today. I think that the conference is very important for this period. Can the refugee crisis make or break Europe? There is no middle ground when answering this question. First, yes, the current refugee crisis can strike a final blow to Europe, which struggled to recognize its values, the same values that were the foundation of its creation. It can end a long process of integration and the attainment of fundamental rights, the free movement of persons as an example. If migration policies are managed in the future as they have been in the last 20 years, this will be the scenario we will face. Two, no. The current refugee crisis, if handled differently, can contribute to relaunching Europe and its values, can reinforce the path to integration, and can favor its economic and cultural prosperity. It can relaunch Europe's role on the international scene. I will, however, like to underline an aspect that I consider essential. I personally do not believe that we are facing a refugee crisis. We are facing an humanitarian crisis. The European Union, composed of more than 500 million people from some of the richest nations in the world, cannot be incapable of welcoming and assisting 1 million people. There are people who are fleeing war and persecution. There are people who have a right to international protection. Let us return to the initial question. The migration phenomenon is a phenomenon so complex that it is unthinkable to continue to handle it with the same tools and policies that we have used until now. The policies brought forth in the last 20 years have been directed to contain flows and manage emergency situations. History should teach us that the migration phenomenon is in its nature unstoppable. It is in its factor impossible to impede. In the last year and a half, we have been working on a report in the Parliament that was concluded last month with adoption in the plenary of a resolution on which I was rapporteur, entitled "The Mediterranean and the Need of an Holistic EU Approach to Migration." I think that it's important to have an holistic approach. The main message of the resolution is that the migration phenomenon is not to be contrasted, but managed using all policies and tools at our disposal. We need to utilize the best combination of both domestic and foreign policy. The resolution contains concrete answers in the short, medium, and long term to the largest movement of human beings since the Second World War. In addition, it contains proposals of structural policies aimed at stemming the phenomenon while combating its deeper causes. Reality has demonstrated that no solution, no policy, no tool can alone provide an answer to the migration phenomenon. This confirms that only a holistic approach comprising of Europe can truly provide the centerpiece in migration policy. This holistic approach requires, on one hand, the adoption of emergency measures which can deal with the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe not only in our seas and within our borders, but also on Europe's external frontiers. On the other hand, it requires new dimensional policies. What is happening between Africa and Europe across the Mediterranean is also the result of the radicalization of the crisis to which Europe and the international community cannot or will not provide adequate and urgent responses. A new migratory policy must be founded on principle of solidarity and the full sharing of responsibility, as it's stated in Article 77 to 79 and 80 of the Treaty of the Functioning of the EU. Solidarity must manifest itself within member states, for the migration issue is not only the problem of Italy, Greece, or Malta. We also need external solidarity through the development of mechanisms that provide for the distribution of beneficiaries of international protection to all member states of the European Union. We must, however, give solidarity a political connotation. Solidarity is the foundation of which our values are based, the same values that gave birth to the European Union and the path to integration are at risk to being destroyed if we support short-sighted and selfish policies and of some member states. What does solidarity concretely mean? The parliamentary resolution underlines the fact that the saving of human life is the first act of solidarity regarding people in danger and remains an absolute priority ratified in both European law and international conventions. Solidarity means, as it was announced in the resolution passed in the Parliament, to guarantee the search and rescue of human beings at sea. Solidarity means to provide hope for those who flee from war, starvation, and persecution, and also providing an alternative to those who are not able to reach Europe's shores. Solidarity means choosing an ambitious mechanism of relocation and resettlement which can keep those who are escaping war and persecution out of traffickers' hands. It's unacceptable that today only 1,200 or 160,000 people were relocated from Greece and Italy. In the resolution passed by the Parliament, we asked for binding of obligatory resettlement, and we asked for the future use of other tools like humanitarian corridor and visas. Solidarity means having the political courage to make ambitious decisions and putting an end to the current management system of asylum requests. In fact, the last few weeks, a parliamentary discussion has begun regarding the future of European communal asylum system and how to reform the Dublin regulation. The solution passed by the Parliament contains precise indication. We vote for a system that points of the pressure plus on the system as established by the Dublin regulation. I want to remember that yesterday the Commission presented options of reforming the coming European asylum system and development safe and legal pathways to Europe. And it presents a new model from a Dublin regulation, but it's not enough because we ask something by the Parliament. And what we ask in the Parliament is to have a system, centralized system, and points of the pressure placed in the system as established by the Dublin regulation by the Parliament is by the rising number of migrants arriving in the Union has shown that, as implemented, the system has largely failed to achieve its two primary goals of establishing objective and fair criteria for allocation of responsibility and of providing swift access to international protection. Reiterates its reservation regarding the criterion whereby currently it's the member states of the first entry that is determined to responsible for the examination of a claim for international protection, and consider that a criterion should be revised. It also points out that one option for a fundamental overhaul of the Dublin system will be to establish a central collection of applications at union level, viewing each asylum seeker as someone seeking asylum in the union as a whole and not in individual member states, and to establish a central system for allocation of responsibility for any person seeking asylum in the union. Suggests that such a system could provide for certain thresholds per member state relative to the member of arrival, which could considerably help in deterring secondary movement, as all member states will be fully involved in the centralized system and no longer have individual responsibility for allocation of application to other member states. Believe that such a system could function on the basis of a number of union hotspots from where union distribution should take place. Underlines that any new system for allocation of responsibility must incorporate the key concept of family unity and the best interest of the child. Governing and responsibly managing the migration phenomenon requires the opening of legal paths to immigration to Europe. Europe can only prosper if it facilitates the mobility of knowledge, goods, and people due to the demographic challenge and the significant scarcity of manpower, and not only for highly skilled work. The EU and its member states must review their fragmented national policy regarding economic migration and general regulation regarding the reception and residence of workers coming from third countries. In the resolution passed by the Parliament, we also invite the Commission to propose a modification to the Blue Card, the tool which privileged path to specialized economic migration is offered to Europe. Such a modification must be ambitious and measure up to identify labor market needs of the various member states. Permitting legal entry to a few thousand highly specialized workers is not enough to make up for the demographic deficit of our country and fails to contribute to a real change leading to legal and safe paths to access. The migration phenomenon is also managed with the cooperation of third countries. The Parliament points out that the global approach to migration and mobility, pillar of asylum and international protection, should be developed further with the greater involvement of third countries. Moreover, the Parliament understands that partnership and cooperation with key countries of origin, transit and destination should continue to be a focus. For example, through the Khartoum and Rabat processes, the Africa-EU migration and mobility dialogue, the Budapest process and the Prague process. At last, thought before concluding on the recent EU-Turkey agreement, the Parliament has already begun discussing these agreements. There are numerous doubts on the legitimacy and efficiency of the deal, not to mention its legal nature and the non-requirement of the European and national government involvement. One thing is for sure, Europe will not resolve the current migration crisis simply by blaming third countries. Perhaps, and intentionally, these policies could favor the destabilization of those very countries putting at risk Europe's own security. It should be instead advantageous for Europe to take on political leadership for a global and sustainable management of migration phenomenon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kashetu Kienge. I think at least we have hope, we have a glimpse of hope from the European Parliament. May I open the floor for discussion? I think we'll take some 7-8 minutes for your break, but stop in time so you can go to your next session. Thank you. Please wait for microphones each time. So, Anna.
Yes, thank you.
I'll take more, in the interest of time, I'll take more questions in one go.
Thank you for a very interesting panel. I have a question, actually a double question to Jörg Monar, because he had 2 parts in his presentation. So I will have a question about the make of Europe and a question about the break of Europe. Concerning the make of Europe, you have mentioned that the Schengen area is such a big achievement of the EU that we need to keep it, you said, at any cost. Now, as a result, or might be coincidence, but following the open, welcoming policy in Austria, in Germany, in many other member states, recently we had a rise of right-wing parties in the national elections. So is that really at any cost? Should we keep Schengen, for example, at the cost of another Holocaust or civil war? Where would you draw the line? And concerning the make of Europe, you mentioned the achievements of the new European initiatives such as the refugee resettlement system, or the joint patrol of borders, or the EU patrol of external borders. And you rightly drew a parallel with the question of the Eurozone and the Euro. Now, my question is, what is the balance, in your opinion, between making Europe and dismantling national democracies? Can we really make Europe by dismantling democracy on the national level? Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I ask people to introduce themselves? This was Anna Kocharov, an EUI alumni, legal from the law department. Thank you very much, Rainer. We have another question here. I think we've externalized Dublin. We sent it to Turkey, right? Since we don't have much time, may I invite anyone else who wants to ask a question or make a comment to do it now? Yes? Two more? Thank you. I think we have to turn to the answers or the reactions to the panel in the interest of time. May I start from the other end of the table, Jörg Monner? Ask the panel to be brief in the interest of the forthcoming panels.
Well, thanks very much. Well, on the first question, I think the rise of Euroscepticism and right-wing extremism is not necessarily linked to the open internal borders. I think what we have in the context of this crisis now is clearly certain fears of major parts of the European citizenry as regards third country nationals increasing in an uncontrolled way. This is fueled also by the terrorism threat. It's of course problematic, although not entirely unfounded, to make certain links between incoming third country nationals and terrorism threat. But I think it's this which fuels the rise of the far right and less the open borders. The open borders are only presented as an increasing factor of this, but fundamentally we are dealing here with certain xenophobic tendencies, which are partially also motivated by issues about jobs being taken away potentially, etc., etc. It's a complex field, but I wouldn't say that the Schengen system as such is responsible for the rise of Euroscepticism. On the democracy issue, well, I'm sure that as regards the Commission proposals, that there will be quite a few heated debates in several member states as regards the more invasive elements. I've already mentioned them. The right to intervene at the European level at the borders, which are an expression of national sovereignty, by, so to say, European forces ultimately. I think this will generate a lot of debate in national parliaments, and national parliaments can block their government's position. So I think democracy will be respected. And the European Parliament, of course, also has its word to say. The European Parliament will also monitor the EU-Turkey deal, etc. So I don't think that what we are currently looking at is necessarily a questioning of democracy. As regards Professor Bauberg's question, yes, I think we see not a great willingness for solidarity responses. This being said, I try to calculate if basically all the decisions which have now been taken would be implemented, this year the EU could arrive at spending between 1.5 billion and 1.8 billion of its budget on the consequences of the refugee crisis, with an absolutely unprecedented amount in the area of freedom, security and justice. After all, the budget is a solidarity instrument, and also the member states have never deployed so many personnel as before to Greece. So there's also operational solidarity. This being said, the fundamental issue remains, of course, that even in the proposals the Commission has made yesterday, you have ultimately a restatement of the Dublin principle, in the sense that actually the countries of first entry are in the first place responsible, and only if a threshold is excluded, then the solidarity mechanism starts. I fully would accept that this is a basic weakness. But what is the alternative? I would return to you. If you would have to advise the ministers in the Council, it is not easy in such a system where member states still control national territory and retained fundamentally sovereignty to design a totally different system. Let's also not forget that the Germans in the past have insisted very much on this system without making allowance for a lot of solidarity. So they only started to ask for massive solidarity when they, how shall I say, had opened the door perhaps a little bit more than they should have. Then on the cost, I cannot cover all points. On the cost of the Turkey EU deal, I think the costs are underestimated. Here we have seen a short-term advantage, and the long-term implications will be huge. We are providing legitimacy, additional political legitimacy for a government where I think quite a few member states and the European Parliament has concerns about the, how shall I say, authoritarian tendencies. So we are compromising on some of our principles to some extent. And also, I think the visa deal will have consequences. I think that if the visa deal goes ahead, the chances that, for instance, a referendum in France on Turkish accession can be won will drastically decrease, and perhaps even in other member states, because it will be seen as a further step to potential membership. It will increase actually resistance to actually Turkish accession. And this will be an even bigger risk, of course, because if we open additional chapters for negotiation in Turkey, but in the end we ultimately know that there will be no chance of Turkey becoming a member state, and probably because also of the visa deal, the risk in the long term of having a major break with Turkey is much bigger. I could continue, at least half a dozen other consequences of the Turkey deal, which I find problematic, but well, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Heather?
Thanks, I'll be brief. I'll just stress 2 points. So first of all, the EU-Turkey deal. You have to remember that this is the result of a very long process. This is a very quick deal to resolve an immediate problem. But in fact, the visa liberalization issue has been going on for a very long time. There have been negotiations on this for more than 10 years now, and I was involved in the very first stage when I was working for Commissioner Rehn when he was the enlargement commissioner. And essentially, the deal, the issue here is very much one of symbolism. It's symbolism on the EU side because there are many Turks and there are many Turks also living in the EU, and so the idea of having free movement of Turks to visit the EU is somehow seen as linked with the question of integration of Turkish minorities. It doesn't need to be, and in practice I'm not sure how much difference visa liberalization would make, to be very frank, because about 2 million Turks have service passports anyway, because the government gives diplomatic passports to a very large number of people. So the elite travels to Europe without visas already. And also the people who want to travel, for example, lorry drivers, service providers, are doing so with another kind of visa under the association agreement. So legally, this is quite, this is not such a big issue as it's portrayed to be. But symbolically, it's extremely important. And this is where I want to link to my second point, which is this is really because the migration crisis of this year has tapped into much deeper issues that have to be resolved at national level around the integration of minorities in the EU. That's what's underlying so much of the discourse about the crisis. It's the reason why, as Refettorio was pointing out, there are these very different and quite contrasting discourses about invasion and so on. And the problem is that the EU can't do very much about problems of integration and failed policies of all kinds of different things, all the many different things that member states have tried over the years, or have not tried over the years, in terms of creating harmonious and more equal societies with better chances for everybody who's living in them. This isn't a question of money. There are things that money could be used for in the short term, but if you think about this as a long-term issue, we're not even starting to think about the questions. We're still very much in fire brigade mode, and we're still funding things that are mainly to put out the fire, whereas we're not thinking about how do we rebuild the community. And I think this is where the most dangerous link is in terms of the politics, because the more that this refugee crisis is linked with terrorism, the less we actually look at the root causes of terrorism and discuss how we're going to deal with the politics of fear in our societies. I myself have not actually seen any convincing evidence of there being a connection, given that most of the bombers that we've seen in Europe recently have been EU citizens. But also, the problem is that by trying to make this link, it looks as if it increases the rhetoric, the narrative about invasion and about threat, rather than thinking about the fact that this is the new normal. The numbers of people who are coming to the EU for many different reasons, Anna talked about mixed motivations, is not going to decrease. The roots are there. People have smartphones. They've got GPSs. They've got social media to tell them about routes, about possibilities. That even if the conflicts are reduced, which I very much hope will be the case, there will still be a very large number of people who not only will want to move to Europe, but also now have the means to do so. So this is, we have to think about this as a long-term long-term problem, not as a short-term problem. And that means that the EU has got to deal with it in terms of being able to come up with common solutions rather than seeking to renationalise policies that aren't actually dealt with very well at national level. But also at national level, policies that are urgently needed there to do with social harmony, to do with social cohesion, to do with social inclusion, also need to be included as part of that. So we've got to move the mindset from the short term to the long term. And the only way to do that is to start thinking about to start getting politicians to talk about it. So I would really like to see the panel next year's State of the Union not being about making a crisis making or breaking Europe, but what kind of Europe do we want to see, which includes all of its citizens and its would-be citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. I will introduce this as usually we decide next year's topic just immediately after this year's. Cassette King.
Thank you. I want to say that in the resolution of the Parliament, we say that the important is to change Dublin regulation, and the mechanism of relocation is only a temporary mechanism, and we want the importance is to change all the system, and because the solidarity of each 80 member states in Europe is to bind responsibility and is to bind all the item. And then we say that the relocation is only a part, a temporary solution, but it's not the solution. And we want that every member state take its responsibility to relocate a few migrants, because we are speaking about 160,000, and it's very few. And we say that they must take their responsibility, but the important is to help those countries who are on the borders and to share all the migrants we have in Europe. Then the solution, I think that we must work a lot about changing Dublin regulation. About women, one month ago in the Parliament, we vote about a resolution of women, and we say that it's important to give autonomy, independence from women in the processes of asylum. It's important to give them the possibility to ask asylum and not to be into the family or to depend for the husband, but to be a person that they can ask the asylum protection, and we ask this in the Parliament. I think that it's a very good resolution. It's only for women, because we said that in this crisis, women have a big challenge. We have many women in the processes, and we want to change all the asylum and to put the women in with leur aspect et leur nécessité. Yes, with their respect. Thank you. And it's very important to put this in all the process of if we want to change asylum. And we asked the Parliament. I think that if it's possible, you can send for all the people this resolution. It's only about women. And we put into the resolution with a holistic approach, something about children, and it's very, very important, because children and women must have an important solution in all the process of asylum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth.
Yeah, thank you. I will just say a few things first to the rise of the far right as a consequence of Schengen, and just very briefly also something about the mediatization of gender. To start with the second, the media, as I've tried to show, construct different narratives and highlight different aspects of the refugee situation. And one aspect was very strongly the young men who are threatening, which is also part of the gendered debate. And women were backgrounded. So you had basically mothers with children, you had unaccompanied adolescents, girls and boys, and you had young men as the main sort of iconic picture. And I think that one aspect of the gendered mediatization would be to ask for a much more proportional representation also of women coming on their own, women coming in different ways, and not just as part of something. Yeah? So there is certainly a disproportional representation right now of women. That's no question, and part of it is linked to the politics of fear combined with highlighting the young man who's sort of creating this terrible threat, and that is part of also supporting the rise of the far right, but not only that. I think, and I've tried to show that the inconsistency in national and European policies has led to a loss of trust. And if some parties then present themselves as the saviors, they know the simple solution to very complex problems, then the far right suggests itself. And many parties have jumped on the bandwagon of the far right, hoping to keep their voters in that way, but of course they've lost them because people vote for the real far right and not people who are inconsistently and opportunistically jumping on that bandwagon. And we've observed that since 1989 in Austria, so it's all not new. We are sort of re-experiencing things. It's a déjà vu in many ways. So I think that media should be asked and called for to represent the refugee situation, trajectories, etc., in a much more egalitarian way and not in this quite very strongly gendered perspective.
Thank you very much. I have myself 1,000 things to say, but I will not say anything because I think we really need to break. I'll be happy to talk to any of you over coffee breaks and lunch breaks that we'll all have here. Thank you very much for your participation. And please note that there are panels on the women in conflict. For those who are interested, there is a panel on women as leaders in the migration and asylum process, the first panel this afternoon. So you're very welcome, and we can continue the discussion. Thank you very much. Thanks to the panel.
Test. Good morning. This is a panel on populism. And let me start by presenting the members of this panel. We have a very distinguished panel, both of politicians and academics, more senior and younger academics. So we have Enrique Barón Crespo, that is a former president of the European Parliament, also a former minister in the Spanish government, and with long experience in politics at different levels, both national and European. Is on my left. On my right is Maria Luísa Albuquerque. She has been Minister of Finances in Portugal until very recently, and she's now a member of Parliament. More on the extreme right, not in political terms, is Hans-Peter Kries. Is a professor here at the European University Institute, is the Steinrocken Chair of Comparative Politics, and on the extreme left, also without any political reading of that, is Teresa Kessler. She is a researcher at the European University Institute. She is doing a thesis on mobilization in the name of democracy. Thank to the four of you for participating in this panel. In the back, you are not seeing what we should see, because I was told that we will have a presentation with some that actually I got on populism in Europe. I think this is the wrong video. Okay. No, this is not a panel on that topic. I'm sure you prepare to discuss any topic whatsoever after so many years in politics. But this must be this one, 11:45. Exactly. Okay. And it's a video, no? I think the slides. It's slides, okay. So I'll use this. So, okay, So we have a set of slides just with some basic information that is supposed to provide the background for this session. These slides have been prepared by the Global Stat, that is the database, the global database of the Global Governance Program of the Robert Schuman Center here at the European University Institute. And there are some interesting elements that you can see from that data. The first one is that, not unsurprisingly, trust in both European Union and national institutions has decreased. But contrary to what is perhaps a common perception, and actually this is not something new, but is something for several years, EU institutions are consistently more trusted than national institutions, both national parliaments and national governments. We can also see that there's still an overwhelming positive image of the European Union on the part of citizens. Positive views or neutral views are clearly much stronger and much higher than a negative view, even if, also not unsurprisingly, in light of the economic, social and political developments that we've had in the recent past, this positive view has decreased. There's been an increase on the negative perception of the European Union. Interesting to look at is the circumstance that if you look at the member states where there's a more negative or more positive view of the European Union, and the member states where there is a higher perception of voice on the part of citizens in the European Union decision-making, or the opposite, you find almost a paradoxical correlation. It's not absolute, but it's very strong. That is, that often it's the states where citizens believe they have a stronger voice on the European Union that there is also a more negative view of the European Union. One would expect the otherwise. One would expect that, in fact, where people have a perception of a stronger voice in the European Union, they will tend to have a more favorable view. Instead, if we look and compare those elements, we reach almost an opposite conclusion. I'm not sure if we should read something into that, but that's something that maybe our panel here could help commenting and make sense of. Another more well-known statistics is the fact that also paradoxically, as the powers of the European Parliament have been strongly increased throughout the years, participation in European elections has actually decreased. So to more powers given to the European Parliament does not correspond a stronger engagement in elections for the European Parliament on the part of citizens. And this is something to which I hope that our distinguished panel members can address, in particular perhaps Enrique Barón Cresta as a former president of the Parliament. One other data that provides an interesting background for this discussion is the rise in support for Eurosceptic parties that has been substantial in the last European elections, but not uncommon. That is, there have been throughout the times strong variations on the rise of more Eurosceptical parties. This growth on Eurosceptical parties corresponds also to a growth of radical parties also in national elections, and I think this is certainly one of the issues that must form part of our discussion. So just to very briefly set up this discussion, what I will ask is I will ask each of the panelists to start with a brief introduction that could somehow be a reaction to what we might identify as the symptoms of populism. And maybe it will be interesting to try to define exactly what we mean by populism. Maybe Hans-Peter Krisi may help us more in that respect, because it's also a word that is often used without a clear definition of what is used for and what is the meaning that we give to it. But if I had to identify what are generally considered or taken to be symptoms of the growth of populism in Europe, one is certainly the decreasing trust in European and national political institutions. The second one is the growth in sympathy for radical parties, more extreme parties that are more on the extremes of the political spectrum and their political leaders. A third symptom might be changes in the nature and content of political discourse, with a much more conflict-driven, less consensual form of political discourse, and with the increasing articulation and sympathy for illiberal democratic ideas in political discourse. And finally, in terms of the European project, the decrease in support for this European project, even if it should be said, and as we can see in the data that I've shown, that overwhelming citizens in Europe still support and have an overwhelming positive view of the project of European integration. So let me start by perhaps ask Enrique Barón Crespo to say if he agrees with these symptoms of populism, if he also wants to put forward other symptoms of populism, and also how he assesses the reaction to this phenomenon of populism.
May I speak on the...
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Yeah. Good morning to everybody, and thank you, Professor Maduro, for your introduction. I'll try to follow your instructions. Yeah? As you see, I am supposed to be the senior member of this round table. I declare that the two lasting loves of my political life were democracy in my own country, Spain, and the European construction. And this, when I went to university in 1960, I have been following this path. Well, the question is populism. I dare not to add a new definition on populism with so many scholars in the room. And then let me only make a remark. You know that in the blood of the society, populism is like cholesterol. You know that there is bad and good cholesterol. Yeah, it changes according to the doctors. But now we are living the experiment of Trump in the United States trying to transform the bad cholesterol in good cholesterol. So there are not sound people and populists. There is always a mix-up in the societies. The risk we have lived in Europe for centuries is that, well, populism has taken the upper hand, bringing us to very bad experiences. And I think we have to take this into account. Since that we began the European construction in a very long and patient process of weaving the peace, we have changed history. And this is important to remind this, because we are talking about this change, not only about our interest. The second remark I want to make is to answer to the invitation of Professor Maduro in order to speak about my own experience as President of the European Parliament in a very important moment of history. Well, you know that normally we say that all moments of history in which we live are important, but 89 was a very important one, not only because I was elected President of the Parliament, but it was the year of the big leap forward in the European construction. Not only in European construction, it was the year in which Mandela went out of the island. It was the year in which Pinochet lost the plebiscite. It was the year of Tiananmen. It was the year of the election of the Solidarnosc parliament in Poland. It was the year in which we have seen the picture of Alois Mock and Gyula Hearn cutting the Iron Curtain. So this was a very important year. And, well, how we did react? We are talking always about consensual politics. I learned the falling of the Berlin Wall in Rome. I was preparing myself to go to the official dinner of the President of the Italian Republic, Cossiga, with Andreotti, Gianni De Michelis in Villa Madama, you know, one of these palaces in Rome in which has frescoes from Raffaello and so on. And then there was a journalist that called me and said, President, the Berlin Wall has fallen. What do you think about it? I said, well, it has fallen in the proper sense of the word, or you are employing an image. Well, they say, I don't know. And say, nor do I. So let me half an hour, please. And in the whole dinner, we were trying to see, because we were aware that there were some seismic processes, but all the intelligence services, they said, well, it will be in the next 25 years. Well, this happened, and I invited Chancellor Kohl and President Mitterrand, because he was the President of the European Council, a fortnight after they came to the European Parliament. In the European Parliament, we had lived, in the month of October, I had to expel 2 members of the Front National because they were trying to block the plenary session. It was not so consensual. And I had to expel them and to interrupt the session, and I had to shut up a Republikaner, because we had a member of the former SS member of the European Parliament. Populism is not new. To have a former member of the SS is, well, it's a challenging experience. Herr Schmidt-Huber, I had to tell him in German, machen Sie seinen Mund zu. No, because it seems that we were all friends, yeah? And the next day, I had a meeting with Monsieur Le Pen, and I told him, well, we are in the antipodes politically, but we agree on one point, is you have to respect the president and the rules. I said, I agree. And then I said, well, if they ask for apologies, they can come back. I will propose the assembly to do it. So this, in order not to see that what is happening now in the European Parliament in Europe is not new. There is a difference, is that they have been living for many years as political refugees in the European Parliament, paid by the European budget in order to make anti-European policies. This is a very interesting fact. Mr. Farage and Madame Le Pen are not in their parliaments. They are in the European Parliament. This is a very important fact. So, what did we do? Well, we launched a process in which, for the first time, we had the possibility to talk and to negotiate with the governments, the 12 governments, and the European Council, because we created the so-called CHIP. It was the Conférence Interinstitutionnelle Préparatoire, the preparatory interinstitutional conference. And we said, well, there is the ongoing process of monetary union. What we need is European citizenship, because it had been approved by the Spinelli Treaty in '84 by the Parliament. Well, it was to put together the purse and the life, not only to talk about money. We said we need codecision, so a legislative power shared by the Council and the Parliament. At that time, and for a long time, the only parliaments that made laws under closed doors were the European Community, North Korea, and Cuba. So, it was so. And we said, too, we need European political parties, and we have to initiate the process in order to link the election of the President of the Commission, at that time it was 2 years, to link this process to a 5-year term, because we are elected for a 5-year term. And what has happened in the last election in 2014 is, well, is a big step forward in this sense. I remind this because it was not so easy, and I think it was possible to make it because we were in this seismic situation. World was changing, and we are in the development of this. Which is the difference with today? I would say at that time, life was not easier, but we had more trust and solidarity among us. And this is a very important difference, because when we look back, the process has been win-win all the time. And now we have suffered a crisis in which we have got trouble, but when we look to the people who are coming to our shores, people think that they are coming to the paradise. They are not losing the future. So it's very important to take this into account, because Jean Monnet said always that, well, politics and Europe will be constructed by men and women, I would add. But, and this was, he quoted always a Swiss philosopher, Amiel, that said that, well, in the long term, what is important is to build institutions. And we have to take into account the institutional framework, and not only to look to the people who are living and taking profit of this institutional framework in order to fight and to combat it, because they are a minority and they are populist in the sense of trying to give easy solutions to complex problems. So I do think that the main challenge we face, and look to this, well, it's written in a Vatican style, the report of the 5 presidents of the European institutions. They make proposals for the future that I think are in the right way. They are perhaps too shy, but they are important in order not to fight only populism, but in order to make progress, a decisive progress in our construction. Allow me only to make one more remark. is about direct democracy and representative democracy, participatory democracy. I have been in the negotiation of all the treaties since Maastricht till Lisbon. We are facing a big risk. I'm coming from, I was in the past month in Switzerland, not for banking reasons, I was for music reasons. No, I have been to Panama, but for other reasons not linked to banking, but to extending solidarity, I negotiated a deal with UNICEF Latin America. But look, we are talking always, when we talk about populism, normally we begin with Latin America, Evita and so on, yeah? We go on to East Europe. Well, now that we are beginning to follow the Swiss that have been able to negotiate our independence with dependence for 700 years, and that we are building a federal system, at least in the monetary aspect, well, it's very interesting to see that the main populist force in Europe is the SVP from Herr Blocher, that has put Switzerland in an impossible situation, looking to the European Union with this referendum on mass immigration. I'm not talking about the referendum on minarets because, well, you know that they have made a referendum on minarets. They have not made a referendum on alcohol, that is an Arabic word, and it's in all the shops. Yeah, why? Why? If in Spain we had made a referendum on minarets, we had to destroy a lot of church cathedrals and so on. So, because we are mixed up since centuries. Look, what is not possible, and the experience of the European Constitution shows the way, is to play Russian roulette with our endeavor of our common covenant. Because, for example, we are doing not only the Brexit. The Brexit is important for one reason, is it attacks the core of our common projects, is to change the Article 1. We don't want to share, we want to share as close as possible our future. And in this sense, well, Premier Cameron attacks the heart of our process. But what about the Dutch referendum on the agreement on Ukraine? Well, it's absurd. We have to take this into account. What about, for example, of approving the Constitution, the European Constitution, in a process in which there is the pollution of the whole process through a chain of referenda that are, well, it's a kind of I have said Russian roulette, in which the main argument was to find a Polish plumber in France. You know that the problem is to find a plumber, not a Polish plumber, in everyday life. So we cannot go on this way. If we take decisions for 500 million people and more that are coming, we need to do it through representative democracy. I am in favor of the referenda, but we must do them when we take decisions together. We must, at the same time, approve them together, because this is important for democracy. And a last comment, Professor Maduro, I was representing the European Parliament in the Mosteiro dos Jerónimos in Lisboa, when the Treaty of Lisbon was signed. The Treaty of Lisbon deleted the Ode to Joy, the Euro, and the European flag. When the Ode to Joy of the Ninth Symphony of Beethoven began, all the leaders stood up. They welcomed the European banner. This is how we build Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor immediately to Maria-Luísa Albuquerque.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I'd like to start by thanking Professor Maduro for inviting me to be here on this very interesting topic. I will try to be brief so that we can have maybe a little more time for interaction. When thinking about this panel, I actually looked up for the definition of populism in different dictionaries. And apart from the true meaning of the word, which is expressing the popular or the people's views as opposed to the elite's views, which is the pure definition of the word, then we have many definitions, and what I saw is that mostly they tend to be negative. So the common perception about populism is that it is not negative. It is negative, and as Enrique was saying before, it's not new. And in my view, that is why we should worry about it, because the past experiences on populism have been very negative with, in many cases, tragic consequences. Another symptom of populism which occurred to me when preparing for this is, well, populism feeds on crisis and fear. We see populism on the rise when we have economic crisis or fear, and that is a common ground to all sorts of fundamentalisms, be it religious, political, of any type. So they explore the instinctive fears of people, either of poverty or of loss of cultural identity or of imposition of another religion, the loss of security, safety, freedom of any kind, and all forms of fundamentalism and the terrorism associated feed on this, but at the same time they feed it. So the more it grows, the more powerful they become, and the more they induce the kind of behavior which in itself leads to more fear and more problems. And there's also a common feature to this, which is the look for targets. So there are a few members of society, targets of some sort, to be blamed for anything bad that happens. The financial system is the one that comes to my mind when I think of the most common target in the more recent crisis, as if they are the reason of all bad things that happen, and they are the incarnation of evil. This is also not a new phenomenon, but it is still worrying. And I'm not even going to discuss whether there is some grounds to this or not. It's just a statement of fact. Then we have the capitalism, capitalists, rich people in general, which are also elected as targets, as if all wealth is based on improper behavior. Then the immigrants, and we see this when we look at the current crisis in Europe, the refugee crisis. Many of them come from war and conflict areas, but many come just to look for a better way of life. And when we complain about the difficulties we have in Europe, it would also be good to have some sense of perspective and to see how much harder are conditions to live anywhere else in the world. So this idea that we find our lives miserable, and this is what we hear most of the time on the news, is really a loss of perspective, which I'm not saying we shouldn't complain when things are wrong, but we should have an idea of how it actually is for the biggest part of the population in the world. And then, as the target, the politicians. Politicians are seen as people who pursue only their own interests. It's never with a sense of mission or willingness to contribute to a better country or a better world. They are mostly seen as people who use politics to get somewhere or to get rich, that they are all corrupt, and as always, it's generalizations are dangerous because they actually put everything in the same compartment when it's not the case. Also, a common feature is that populists talk about absolute truth. And they use very strong, very even insulting language sometimes, but it is easy to understand. And when heard by people who feel that they have been done some wrong or they are the losers of society, this resonates with their concerns. So the causes for populism are, could be many. I would highlight, of course, the economic crisis is an obvious one, but it is the problem of managing expectations and how they are frustrated. After the Second World War and with the building of the European Union, we all created the expectation that the future would always be brighter. Each generation would live better than the previous one. Full employment was something to be, I wouldn't say taken for granted, though I think that a lot of people actually took it for granted. A job for life, full security, social security guarantees, national health systems, acquired rights were a given. And the shock of realizing that for many different reasons, which we wouldn't have time to discuss in this panel, those rights cannot be taken for granted, and even democracy cannot be taken for granted. This frustration of expectations led to the growth in populism. Also, there is an element here, which is one of the questions that Professor Maduro was putting was whether we thought that about 20% representation of populists is little or a lot. I think that having some extremists having a voice, so having enough representation to actually be in national parliaments or the European Parliament is already worrying, even if it's just 1%. The fact that there are enough people supporting these views is a reason of concern. I'm not saying that they don't have the right to be. Democracy is indeed open to all views, but I think those who are worried about the potential effects of this should worry no matter how small the number is, and I think that 20% is actually huge. I don't think it's small at all. The threat which comes from concerns about security, the terrorism threat that we face and that we feel at home in our own countries. When we go to the airports and we go through these insane security procedures, which makes us feel a little more secure, but not completely. We're always worried that something may happen, and unfortunately it has happened. And this can be a tremendous threat to democracy. We've spoken today in different panels about the possibility of closing borders, but more than that is how willing would we be to give up on our own freedom in order to be more secure. And I heard the Secretary of State for European Affairs today saying that, and I think he's right, giving up on our liberty and our freedom will not improve our security. But there is a big temptation to think so. And that is a huge threat to democracy and to the fundamental values of Europe. Politicians from the conventional parties can also either voluntarily or involuntarily contribute to this problem, because in order to reach people, they sometimes fall into temptation and adopt similar language and are not confrontational as they should be to this kind of views, because they fear losing votes. And that in itself also feeds the problem. And the problem of Europe and the lack or the decrease in trust in Europe, and I saw the graph, which I found interesting, whether my voice is heard in Europe or not. I was looking for, probably this is a professional deformation, I'm not sure if the expression exists in English, but the countries which were under program most of them, Portugal, Greece, Cyprus, people feel that their voices are not heard because they felt the pain of adjustment. And the correlation between these two phenomena is probably also true. And again, here, there is a frustration of expectations. Many people expect Europe to solve their problems. So they expect solidarity, and I have been discussing this a lot in my country, that people sometimes confuse solidarity with charity. Charity is when you give away because you want to feel good and you want to help people. Solidarity is something you give, but you expect responsibility in return. It's not a free exchange. And that is a fundamental difference. And when we are talking about sovereign countries, solidarity demands responsibility on those taking it. So expecting Europe to be the resolution to all our problems, to just give us enough money so that we cannot make sacrifices. And of course, I'm exaggerating here a little, but this idea is also very dangerous because obviously it can't be true. It doesn't work that way. And not all our problems are European originated. I would dare to say that most of them are our own responsibility. Wrong choices made in the past that we should correct. But the frustration of these expectations that people somehow have that Europe will be friendly and help us go through the problems and solve them without us having to suffer any sort of pain in the adjustment also is very dangerous. One final remark on something which I think would be very important also to discuss, the role of the media and communication. The traditional media are under huge stress these days. I don't know how common it is. I do not know the area that well, but I know that many online newspapers pay their journalists for the number of clicks they get on the news. If we think the impact of that on the way that news are written, it is very, very worrying. Because, of course, they will not go into the depth and the sometimes boring details of actually presenting a news fact. They will look for the sensationalist part of anything. So they will not be just reporting facts, they will want to make them appealing so that people click a lot and that they can have a better pay, which is legitimate. I can understand the rationale of them doing so, and even the rationale of the media, because they need to survive, and that means making some money. And that leads to the paradox that we can have a movement on the social networks or even on the newspaper who makes it look as important if someone runs over a dog and runs away or if a whole family is drowned in the Mediterranean. The relative importance of the two things sometimes feels like they are worth the same. And this cannot be done. But it's people click if they see a nice cat or a sunset or a fluffy dog or something. And the way the media, for many reasons, let's just stay on the economic difficulties, leads with the news. And the fact that more and more we see news which are not just reporting facts, but they are actually making an opinion and call it a piece of news, which should be only factual, leads to a very biased perspective of what happens in the world. So that is something also to discuss, and I think that the relationship between populism, extremism of any sort, and how the media can play a role, either to enhance it or maybe to defer it, I think is something very important that we should discuss. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Before I actually give the floor to Hans-Peter Krisi and then to Teresa Glessler, maybe just a couple of remarks on the basis of what Enrique Baron Crespo and Marie-Louise Albuquerque said as a way of framing and basically also perhaps asking Hans-Peter and Teresa to address those 2 points that I think result from what the two previous speakers said. One has to do with what exactly explains what is at least the perceived growth of populism. And I think there's two lines that were presented in here, two possible explanations, and maybe both of them actually are working to promote populism at the moment. One are cyclical reasons linked with the economic crisis, with the threat of terrorism. And Maria Luisa Albuquerque, for example, mentioned the role of fear in feeding populism, and that actually remind me a sentence of a famous, wise person and philosopher, Obi-Wan Kenobi from Star Wars, that said that fear brings anger, anger generates rage, and rage leads to the dark side. Maybe the same could be said of populism. In fact, Star Wars is a big metaphor about authoritarian regimes, if you think about it, because it's actually fear that leads people to give up on democracy and freedom. There's even this also, forgive me the second citation from Star Wars, when basically the chancellor gets all the powers and there's this enormous applause from all the assembly. And the Queen says, so this is how liberty ends, with a thunderous applause. And to a certain extent, maybe we are facing again a similar risk, if we want to have a very pessimistic view. But if it is so, nevertheless, it's linked to the cyclical, the threat of terrorism, the economic, the social crisis. But there's also another reading, another possible justification that links the growth of populism with structural challenges and problems of our democracies, such as the new role of media, the new type of media, perhaps the decrease on the change in the nature of political parties with the end of the decreasing importance of party elites. Maybe those are two things that both Hans-Peter and Teresa can address. Is this a problem resulting from cyclical reasons, from structural reasons? Is it a problem of policies, a problem of politics, a problem of politicians? Hans.
Yeah. I will leave that to Teresa. We talked to each other before. What I want to do, I want to talk about the definition of populism. What is it conceptually? And it's three things. I mean, I will be brief, but I will try to distinguish between populism as ideology, populism as a political strategy, and populism as a communication style. And Mrs. Albuquerque more or less presented us the first conception, populism as an ideology. In a nutshell, populism as an ideology considers society to be divided into two homogeneous and antagonistic groups, the pure people versus the corrupt elite. You mentioned some versions of the elite, but this is the essence. It argues that politics should be an expression of the volonté générale, the general will of the sovereign people. So, there are the elites who have betrayed the people and who are accused of abusing power, and there are the people who want to restore the primacy of the people. The people refer to this ideology refers to a mythical past. For example, the populists in the 19th century United States, they refer to an agrarian paradise where all the farmers were free, where there was no money power, where all the farmers were independent and sovereign. And today, the mythical past is a democratic past, when the people was still the source of sovereignty. Now, the key notion of the people, it is important that for populists, the people is homogeneous. A homogeneous entity with a common will. It's not divided by class or religion, it's one. It is sovereign and it is opposed to the elites. Now, populism as an ideology is a so-called thin ideology, which means that it does not provide a comprehensive view over a whole range of problems of society. It is a relatively limited ideology. And as a result of this limitedness and of this vagueness of the ideology, it can be combined with other ideologies, thick ideologies, which means that it can be left populism or it can be right populism. But what is very important, and I think if we talk about populism as a bad thing, we should always keep in mind that populism is, as Margaret Canovan has said, a shadow cast by democracy. The populists see themselves as true Democrats. The Swiss Blocher has been mentioned by the first speaker. He sees himself as the incorporation of Swiss democracy. And the professed aim of the populists is to cash in democracy's promise of power to the people. Now, it is true, as you have said, that they have an illiberal vision of democracy. They are against checks and balances. For example, in Switzerland, you mentioned correctly, the direct democracy implies that the Swiss people have the final word. So the Swiss Constitutional Court better shut up if the people have spoken. And that is an illiberal populist vision of democracy. They also have an illiberal vision because they are against intermediaries. They are against parties. They are for a party-less democracy. And they are illiberal because there is no room for pluralism or deliberation. The people has a predetermined will, and the people knows what it wants. So why deliberate? Now, this is the first concept of populism. The second one is what I would call the Latin American one. In Latin America, populism has been defined as a specific way of competing for or exercising political power. It's a specific way of competing for power by a personalistic leader who seeks or exercises government power based on direct, unmediated, non-institutionalized support from large numbers of mostly unorganized followers. So there is the leader who has a direct contact to the people, who is the spokesperson of the people, vox populi, and who personifies the will of the people. He's charismatic. It can be a she. I mean, Marine Le Pen is a she, but very often it is a he. Now, I think I leave it at that for these two conceptions. They can be combined. And there is a political theorist from Italy who is now in Italy, Nadia Urbinati, who combines the two and says populism requires both an organizing, polarizing ideology and a leader who mobilizes the masses in order to govern in the name of the people and in the name of this ideology. So she thinks populism is a project of political renewal. Go back to the roots of democracy and articulate the will of the people by the way of one unique Caesar or Bonaparte or leader. Now, it is important, I think, to distinguish these two conceptions from populism as a political communication style. And we have here somebody Ruth Wodak, who represents, I think, one of these approaches at populism as a political communication style. There are two versions. One is corresponding to populism as an ideology, is populism as a discourse. And the other is corresponding to populism as a political strategy. It's populism as or a communication style as going public or going popular. This came up when you talked about the media. I mean, the reaching out of the leader directly to the public by mass media, going public, or speaking to the people directly. I don't want to go into this, but there are a lot of structural causes which strengthen populism as a communication style. But I think we should be careful not to mix up the real thing, populism as an ideology and populism as a political strategy, with populism as a communication style, in order to avoid an inflated use of the term. We are in risk of seeing populists everywhere because there are, in terms of style, there are a lot of phenomena which could be called populist, but the ideology and the political strategy, as I defined it, is rather special.
You, Hans, Teresa.
Okay. Maybe let me start by endorsing the last point, that I think it's very important in this debate not to equate populism with any political phenomenon we don't like, or any Eurosceptic party or any radical parties. There are many variants of Euroscepticism that are not necessarily populist. To identify a bit the situation in which populism comes in, and to also correspond to your introduction, I think in the last years we have indeed seen a trend that you have been outlining there of decreasing trust in political institutions, though this trend is already going on since a very long time. But this trend is conflicting with something else, that in fact in most of these countries we still see that people attribute a high importance for democracy. There's a study, I think, by Cordero and Simon, which says that actually in countries where satisfaction with democracy is very low, people attribute all the more importance to democracy. So there's a huge gap between how important people think democracy is and what their democracies actually deliver. And this is essentially the place where populism comes in. It challenges democracy as it works in a country, in the name of democracy as it should be. So this democratic lost paradise that was mentioned by Hans-Peter. So having said that, that populism is not a new phenomenon, actually even in Europe it emerged in the late 1980s, 1990s mostly. I still will outline 4 things that I think influence that we perceive populism as being more present now, and in some countries it has also grown. This is the current trend for populism is something on which I think the final word is not spoken. In some countries it's going up, in some countries we rather see a decline, but I still think there are reasons why now it is a much more present phenomenon. The first 2 of these 4 factors are very much linked to crisis. The first is that already since a lot of years we are experiencing a crisis of representation in our democracies. So many of these phenomena that you were characterizing as symptoms of populism, I think are actually not symptoms of populism, but are things that have been are symptoms of a problem in our democratic systems on which populism builds. One example of this would be the decline in party identification. Less and less voters feel that there's a party that represents them. On the party side, there's a corresponding trend to something that has been called the cartel party by Peter Mayer, which is a party that has very little roots in civil society and is much more a part of the state. So these parties don't form their platform so much on an ideological base, but rather see themselves as managers. So this elite that populists speak about is something that is really that is emerging in this transformation of parties that we see. This means politicians nowadays, I'm not the expert on this, but experience more than ever a tension between responsibility and responsiveness. So acting responsible, for example, proposing sound budgets, but also being responsive to citizens' concerns. And these things, more often than not, don't go together very well. And populists use this to be much more on the responsive side, while politicians in office often have to choose the responsible part rather than the responsive part. Nevertheless, I think this crisis of representation that I outlined now is not a general phenomenon. In fact, it has a very different character in different European countries, which of course I can't describe in full length here, but we can also generalize it by region. In Western Europe, satisfaction with democracy is not as high as it used to be, but still it has been very stable. Even the crisis, the economic crisis, led to a bit of decline, but essentially survey values have been recovering since then. In contrast to this, in Southern Europe, and I think many of these statistics we have been seeing here are driven by the Southern European development, where satisfaction with national democracies and trust in politicians has been decreasing rapidly during the crisis and has still not returned to its normal levels. Before, the levels were very similar to Western Europe, and now they are far below. So in these countries, we really see a growing disaffection and a growing dissatisfaction with democracy. In Eastern Europe, in Central Eastern Europe, we see a slightly different trend because satisfaction with democracy has always been lower. The latest since EU accession gave them a bit of a boost, but since then, essentially, satisfaction with democracy has always been low. So the crisis didn't actually have much effect. The causes are very different for this dissatisfaction. In Southern Europe, I think we can find very clear economic explanations, the rise of anxiety through the crisis. While in Eastern Europe, we have to speak about a more profound problem of the political systems in which party systems are not very established yet. Parties don't have roots in societies, and we see a lot of corruption scandals, other kind of scandals. So in that sense, the problem goes deeper and has already been existing before. So these phenomena I would sum up as a crisis of representation. The economic crisis also has an independent effect by increasing anxieties about the future, and in that sense, providing a climate in which fear can be cultivated, but also by increasing this tension between responsibility and responsiveness that I mentioned. So in this sense, this pre-existing crisis of representation in Europe is furthered a lot by the economic crisis. However, I think not all the phenomena that explain the rise of populism are exogenous. There are also two factors that I would like to stress that come more from a change within populist parties as they exist nowadays. The first has already been mentioned, the changing media structure, but I would still say a few words on that. I think it has two elements. The first is that we see a mediatization of politics, as has already been mentioned. Politics is much more covered as a horse race. Substance is covered very little. Rather, we see personality of leaders getting a lot more attention, and in this, populist parties often have a very big advantage. And also with this mediatization, a formerly very small group of journalists covering politics has been replaced by a much wider group. While before there was maybe a bit of a liberal consensus in how to cover politics and what to cover, this has been replaced by a search for essentially things that make it to the news, things that are big, to a dynamic of scandalization. Ruth Wodak, to mention her again, actually describes this very well in her book as a populist perpetuum mobile, by which populists generate scandals and then come in the media, take back this and generate the next scandal, and essentially dominate the media cycle. And on the other hand, populists have also been very successful at establishing their own alternative media channels. I checked this just yesterday. I'm German, and the Alternative für Deutschland party has more Facebook followers than CDU, SPD, and FDP together. So this one party is by far the single most attractive party on Facebook. And in that sense, and in Italy we also find similar examples with the Movimento Cinque Stelle, which is very strong on the internet. I think almost all countries have a populist party like this. And this shows that even when they are not well represented in the broad media, or even when they are represented as or in a critical way, nevertheless, they have very good channels to get to voters, where other parties have not yet gotten there. And the last point that I wanted to make is also is the second point, which is internal to populist parties. It's that I think over the last years we could observe something that I would call the mainstreamization of populism, that populists are in fact not anymore these radical right-wingers that we think of. Way too often populism is identified with radical right parties, but actually if we look at populist parties in Europe nowadays, we see new leaders, actually a lot of women, a surprising amount of women, and generally a new face of populism. For example, left-wing populism, which did not exist very much in Europe before, now plays a big role. So populism has a very varied face nowadays. In Central Eastern Europe, we even saw the emergence of something that has been called in the literature centrist populist parties, so populist parties that are not very bound to an ideology, that actually see themselves as post-ideological, that are still highly exclusionary in many ways, but that essentially present themselves as a very broad people's party that even works against the radical right fringe. And also populism has gotten a face. We have seen examples of populist governance in many countries, not only in Eastern Europe, also Austria. And we have even seen the emergence of something that the literature has called populist democracies. So countries in which not only the governing party, but also the mainstream opposition party is populist. And leaders like Viktor Orban essentially give a face to populism that is present in the media and that is not anymore the scary face of populists that we used to have. This is it for now.
Let's open the floor for debate questions. There's one over there on the back, two here on the front. Maybe we can collect by groups of three on the back, and then these two on the front. That was the first ones I saw. Then I see two other. You can. I will collect the three. So
Roberto Castaldi, eCampus University. Mentioning the three issue: ideology, political strategy, and political communication. Fear is the common element. They build on fear and on a myth. But to overcome fear, we need a vision for the future. And it seems that this is what lacks to mainstream parties. We are confronted with big crises, geopolitical crisis, refugee crisis, economic crisis, that no member states alone can face, but we don't see any mainstream party which is willing and able to offer a different vision for Europe. They defend the European Union, which is today, which is not working well enough for the citizen, but they are not offering a different vision for Europe. Maybe is this what is needed to face the populist challenge? Also, the populists tend to speak to the stomach of the people and traditional politicians to their mind. Well, tonight on RAI 5 at 10:15, you can see a way to try to speak to the heart of the citizen about Europe with a musical which tells the history of European integration as a love story. This can be an interesting vision of an entertainment, cultural entertainment of pro-European populism. Thanks.
I will transform it into a question.
Thank you very much for these very interesting comments, and also thank you for quoting me or referring to me. There's one point where I don't agree with Hans-Peter, and you obviously thought about that, and that is I would never suggest that populism, right or left, is only communication. Communication consists of form and meaning, so there must always be an ideology which is expressed. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to call it sort of a certain kind of ideological positioning. I would never see populism only as a communication style, and in this I agree completely with you, and otherwise we would not be able to distinguish between left and right. And one feature which I missed, and I would like to know what you think about it, is ethno-nationalism. In my view, and you mentioned pure people, I think this pure is very important because populism defines right-wing, defines this nationalistic pure people, the real Austrian, Finn, Hungarian or whatever, and by blood. Yeah, so you have a very strong reference also to fascist ideologies in many of these parties, and both the history and this ethno-nationalism were actually not mentioned. So I would like to know what the panel thinks. And also another very brief point, what Teresa, what you said, is I don't think they have been becoming mainstream in the sense that they have become nicer, yeah, quote unquote. Their right wing has just become normalized. The whole party spectrum has moved to the right, or many of the parties, and they have accepted some things which had been taboo previously. And I can give many examples from Austria about this. Things where people demonstrated against the FPÖ in 1991 and now are part and parcel of our legislation and have been accepted. So I think it's a lot of wolves in sheep clothes.
Three very different questions, maybe. The first one was in the form of a comment, but also Enrique was asking me if it was only a comment or also a question, but if I would transform it into a question, that is, also being responsible for one of large mainstream political party, the question that I think Roberto Cascaldi was making is, why aren't these parties offering a genuine alternative to those of populist parties? So that's one of the questions. Then the other two were definitely clear. Maybe you don't need to answer all the questions, all of you, but maybe address one or two of the questions, each one. Enrique first.
No, I would like to comment on the question of Professor Wodak on nationalism. They are very closely related because populists and nationalists, they never speak on behalf or on the basis of a political credo. They don't speak as liberals, social democrats, or conservatives. They speak in the name of an entity that exists since the beginning of history. And they are the only who are able to interpret this. And then for the rest, we are plebeians, we are second-class citizens. And this is one of the questions that, well, we have been suffering in Europe for especially linked to the Romanticism and the development of the 19th century politics. And I can assure you that even in my country we have a lot of experience on this. But when you look to the kind of speech that they make on the European questions, for example, I remember, I'm no more in the European Parliament, well, the Polish nationalists or the UKIP and so on, the first thing they did is to put the flag of the country on the table. Yeah, in a parliament that works according to ideological approaches. Yeah, and they spoke on behalf of the country. And this is rather paradoxal. And I think that this is one of the most challenging. Looking to the past of Europe is one of the most challenging questions that we face. And it's linked to the other question, and I will be very short. Well, it's true that we must update, well, political communication, but not only political communication, to review and to update all forms of political life. And that's an open question.
Thank you. I will briefly address the first question on saying that we don't see a party or a leader with a vision for Europe. One of the things that I deeply disagree is an idea that I very often hear, that in the past we had great leaders. In the present, I mean, everyone is so below average and so bad. And I think that we should give present leaders some credit. And maybe we should evaluate them with the benefit of time, which is what we give the past leaders, and also understand that the challenges of being a leader today are so different from what they were in the past. Imagine a leader now having the time to take a bath or a nap in the middle of the afternoon, which is unthinkable. And the fact that you have to react to anything as it is happening. You do not have the time to think of those great sentences that you will say about it and that will be repeated over history. The challenges today are much, much greater. When you are constantly facing cameras, when you are caught in all sorts of situations, you have to react instantly. So I would say that, if anything, those leaders who actually make it to longer terms currently are probably intrinsically very qualified and very good people. Otherwise, they just wouldn't make it in the frantic days that we live. That being said, I am a believer in the European Union and European integration. I think that the answer to our common problems is more integration, deeper integration, stronger common institutions. I do not think that a federalism, the type of the US, would be appropriate, because I don't think it would work. But our own type of solution of sharing more. And that would in itself help to solve the problem that was identified of not seeing a party or a leader with a vision for Europe. Because those leaders, most of those leaders, have been elected by their own countries. So it's difficult to just take a European position ignoring their own constituency. And balancing this is not necessarily easy. And then we have, of course, the European leaders. But first, I don't share, as I said, the view that current leaders are not up to the challenge. I think we should give current leaders some credit. And also the idea that we have to talk to people's hearts and say something that resonates in them. I often hear speeches which would qualify very much in that direction, but the echo that they actually get. I mean, Papa Francisco is fantastic, but he has a very, very big, loud speaker. I mean, you can have local priests saying things equally wise, but they're just not heard outside their community. So how far can you get with your speeches? How much can you make yourself heard is also important. So just saying. Thank you.
Yeah, I would also briefly answer the first question. It's not only a question of visions. Teresa talked about crisis of representation. And this crisis of representation at the European level implies, among other things, that the European decision makers are not accountable to the public audience in the different countries. There are two problems of accountability. First of all, there is no government opposition in the European Parliament. at least not visible to the public. The public does not know who is in favor and who is against, and the public learns very little about what is going on there. And secondly, the executive at the European level lacks responsibility to the voters. The head of the Commission is not elected by the voters, not even indirectly, highly indirectly. But I mean, that is, if we want to improve this crisis of representation, maybe vision is not the first thing we need. The first thing we need are institutions which work in the sense of the democratic requirements that the people apparently nowadays have in Europe. Now, my answer to Ruth is, I did indeed reduce communication style to form and not meaning. The meaning for me would be the ideology. But it's difficult in practice to separate the two. That's of course true. But the example of the third speaker would point in that direction. You talked about Renzi. Renzi is the perfect populist communicator in terms of style, but not in terms of ideology. I mean, I would claim that he's not illiberal, and I would even claim that he's not opposing the whole corrupt elite and the people. That's not his discourse. He has a highly liberal democratic discourse, but he knows perfectly how to go public. I mean, he's the guy who has a party. I mean, he's not the personalistic leader without a party, like Berlusconi was. Berlusconi just got into parliament and into government without a single party member in 1994. So Renzi, he is within a party, and he does as if he were not the head of an old, established, long-term existing party, in that he directly addresses the public via the media, via Twitter or via television. He's a perfect expert, and he's a perfect example that today's leader selection favors populist-style leaders because of the media condition and because of the way parties function today. The last comment, ethno-nationalism, there we disagree perfectly. Ethno-nationalism is not part of populism. It's part of nationalism, of a thick ideology which on the right is linked to populism. Kaas-Müde, he talks about nativism. That's part of right-wing populism, as is populism, but it's not a definitional criterion of populism. Its nationalists are ethno-nationalists, nativists, and so forth. On the left, somebody like Alexis Tsipras would, in my view, qualify as a left-wing populist, but he's of course not ethno-nationalist. So, yeah, so ethno-nationalism is something else than populism.
That's what I said. I said right-wing populism.
Yeah, but I mean, if we talk about populism, we should not use the thick ideology to define the animal which is defined by the thin ideology.
Many things have already been addressed. Maybe I speak about history then, but wasn't mentioned yet. What is the role of history for populism? I wouldn't go so far as making it a definitional criterion of any populist movement, but I think it's easy to understand why history is so important. Because one of the core moves of populist talk or populist utterances is this move that the people have been betrayed at some point. They used to have a good position, they have been betrayed, and they have to be reinstated. And in many countries in which we see very strong populist movements, it's because they have a national history that they can use in this way. For example, I often bring examples from Hungary, and where this is a very strong movement because it's a very strong connection to the historical betrayal of the Hungarian nations by foreigners, by other ethnicities within the nation. And this is what I think really makes history a privileged part of right-wing populism, but I don't think it's a definitional criteria. It just fits very well into some elements that are typical for populists. To say something about this question of whether there has been a normalization of populists, I don't think I disagree with you on this fundamentally. They have, of course, not become more nice. What I wanted to say with this mainstreamization is that I think they have become much more diverse, and they have become, they have started to represent things that weren't thought of as in what a populist party would say. For example, with the move, more and more populist parties, rather than being against immigration, now specifically define themselves as anti-Muslim, anti-Islam. Just a few days ago, the AfD followed this move. In the Netherlands, I think this has a much longer tradition already, this move. And with this, populists suddenly start defending women's rights or things like this. And of course, this is not the defense that you want for women's rights, but in that sense, they started to stand up for things that would not be expected. And in this sense, I think they have started to seem much more agreeable and much more in the mainstream, yes, of what we see as politics. I once heard something said about Viktor Orban, which I think fits very well to populists in general, that Viktor Orban doesn't want to abolish democracy, but he wants to make democracy into a type of system in which I don't want to live. And I think this fits very well for the populist discourse. They don't object to many of our core standards, but they modify them in a way that they are not worth defending anymore.
Thank you very much. Now, in a move that may seem populist, but actually it's not, since we have some of the time for this panel taken away by the previous panel, I think we are entitled to get it back. So I will give ourselves 5 to 10 more minutes just to get a couple of questions that were standing, and then 30 seconds answer. 30-second questions and 30-second answers. One, and then.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Maduro. My name is Christian Maywald from the German Ministry of the Interior. Just a very short question. Could you tell us more about solutions on the national level to get rid of populism? And we had very excellent analysis and descriptions of the situations, but we want to get rid of this phenomena. What should politicians do in this field? Thank you.
Tobias Lenz from the EUI. If we accept Theresa's diagnosis that populism is partly a response to a crisis of representation, this raises a crucial question for me, and that is, what potential do you see for populist parties in solving that problem of representation? Are they able to actually address, or at least mitigate, the problem that they're supposedly a response to, right? I mean, if they bring voters back to the ballot box that haven't voted in years or decades, or if they get people re-engaged in politics that didn't care about politics for long, we might say, man, maybe populism serves an important systemic role, and maybe we shouldn't see it as negatively as we tend to do.
And let me start by reminding you the first question, solutions. and you have 30 seconds to provide solutions, each one of you. What is nothing new for politicians in current days?
Well, what I have tried to explain with cholesterol is that I don't think that there is a barrier between populism and democracy. It's present, and you have to fight it. And then the recipe I can give is to try, first and paramount, to make a pledge or a program in which you are able to answer the problems and with written, not written answers, but with reckoning what you can do. This is sometimes not very popular, but this is the way. And then one of the advantages of representative democracy is that people, who is the master, they have the possibility to correct every 4 years. The problem is when you break the ballot box.
Very briefly, I think the solutions to end populism, we have to start losing the fear as politicians of telling the truth and start managing expectations. Going back to what I said before, I think the frustration of expectations is what leads to populism and along with fear, or to the rise of populism. As to the fundamental difference between populism and democracy, I would argue that democracy allows for different visions, including populism, and that is a fundamental difference. Populism would not allow, because they have this view that we're all homogeneous in the two different groups, and so difference is not allowed, and that is the main difference. And how would populist parties resolve the problem of the crisis of representative democracy? Well, they wouldn't, unless they would lead to a regime where representative democracy would not be needed, and then it would probably take a crisis, a revolution, whatever you want to call it, so we would go back. And then maybe when people realize what they have lost, they wouldn't take democracy for granted, and maybe they would move to try and recover it. But that being said, it would be too high a price to pay.
The solution to get rid of the populists is to let them rise. I mean, the populists are a phenomenon which has long-term structural roots. If we accept what Teresa has said, a crisis of representation. Now, in a democracy, those who have no voice in the established parties, they organize a new party and they compete in the party system for power. That's what the populists do. So the populists basically use democratic means in order to get their point accepted. And doing so, actually, that's the second question, they have a systemic role. They politicize people that have not been taking part before. In the last German Landtags elections in these three länder, the participation rate increased by 10%. So people who never or no longer participated before came into the system again and participated. So that you could say is a democratic role. The relationship of democracy and populism, as I try to say, populists are Democrats. They are the shadow cast by democracy. They have a very specific model of democracy, which is unfortunately an illiberal model of democracy. And in that sense, they are a peculiar type of democracy which is not to the taste of everybody, but they are Democrats.
Yeah, trying to answer all questions very quickly. What to do against populists? I think, to my mind, there come two things. The first is engage with them, which means not going into a coalition or anything, but speak to them, debate them. Maybe we should have had a populist sitting here between us and should have discussed with them about these issues and about what vision of democracy they have, because I think exposing many of the unpopular parts of populist programs is an important way to gain a victory over populism. And the other way is that we need to address the underlying issues. I don't think it's a way for mainstream parties to become more populist than the populists. So it's not about also demanding to limit immigration. It's rather about wondering, why are people afraid of immigration, and what can we do against these fears, and how can we essentially take away the ground on which populists feed. Crisis of representation and what to do. I don't know, I'm not a party scholar, so I really have very limited answers to that. I think the way we can read populism here is Benjamin Aditi said once that populism is the awkward dinner guest, which gets drunk and acts very inappropriately, but sometimes asks the right questions. So we should take these questions seriously and try to find an answer to this question. The relation to democracy, I don't think I have much to add to what Hans-Peter said. I also think that populism is not the sign of the death of democracy or anything like this, and it's actually good to see that populist voters, they attempt to protest. They don't get disaffected and stay at home. They are engaging with the political process in a questionable way, but they are included in this process. And in that sense, I think we can't read it as a purely negative sign, but also populism is a parasite on democracy. It is against the institutions of democracy. It is against democratic process. So in that sense, it is an enormous challenge to democracy as we know it.
Thank you very much to the 4 members of the panel and everybody that participated. And now that we have clarified and resolved all issues raised by populism, we can now go and have lunch much more relaxed. Thank you.